Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Sir, our witness today is Mr. Christopher Day.
Yes.
Please, could the witness be sworn?
Please repeat after me. I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Mr. Day. As you know, my name is Miss Hodge, and I will be asking questions on behalf of the inquiry. Please, could you give your full name?
Christopher Mark Day.
You should have in front of you a hard copy of a witness statement dated the 19th of April 2024. Do you have that before?
I do.
That statement should run to 49 pages, including an index of exhibits. Is that correct?
It is.
Could I ask you please to turn to page 41 of your statement? At the top, there's a statement of truth, and underneath a signature. Is that your signature?
It is.
Is the content of the statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Thank you. Mr. Day, your statement is now in evidence before the inquiry. I'm going to ask you some questions about matters arising in your statement, but I don't propose to take you through each and every topic that you address there. Could I ask you please to begin by briefly summarising your professional background before you joined Post Office Limited?
Yes. My finance background started with working at Beecham PLC as a graduate trainee in the Group Treasury Department. I then moved into financial markets with a US investment bank before joining Diageo, where I had a succession of roles in corporate finance and capital markets, and then as an international finance director in the Netherlands and Germany. On returning to the UK, I joined the BBC as Group Financial Controller, and then I joined Post Office as Chief Financial Officer in August 2011.
Thank you. You explain in your statement that you were appointed by and reported into the Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Venables. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've explained that you were recruited to bring a more commercial focus to the business's financial division. Is that right?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Is that something which you recall Ms. Venables raising with you at the time of your appointment?
I do. I recall her referring to what she called the primacy of finance, which was that she wanted finance to take a more proactive role in the management of the Post Office, and the context for that was that we were keen to move to a situation where the Post Office broke even and was no longer dependent on public subsidy.
How would you describe the financial performance of Post Office Limited when you took on the role of CFO?
Well, I think it was a large and complex organisation. It was still loss-making at that point. We had various elements of the business that we were working on to increase profitability. One notable one would be the Crown Estate, where we had a very clear plan to drive it back to profitability. Other elements of the estate were sort of large cost centres effectively, so very limited in terms of the number of sub-post offices that we could close, for example.
In your statement, you describe the focus of your role comprising three principal elements. You've identified the first being to drive the financial performance of the business, as you've referred. The second being to provide commercial support to the business. And thirdly, to help the Post Office to compete on the provision of government services with the aim of creating a business which was no longer dependent upon public subsidy. Those are the three aspects you've identified there, is that right?
Correct.
In a nutshell, was your task to support the CEO in her efforts to make the Post Office a more successful business?
Yes.
Could you please describe your working relationship with Ms. Reynolds?
We had a close collaborative working relationship. I believe we worked well together. As I say, she was keen to promote the financial discipline of the organisation, and that suited me, my purposes, very well. It was good to work for a chief executive who had that focus on the numbers and the financial performance.
You've mentioned it was her desire for finance to take a more proactive role in management. It's right, isn't it, that you deputised for Ms. Reynolds on occasion when she was on annual leave?
Yes, from time to time I would deputise for her.
And therefore your role, certainly then, and I think you accept, extended more broadly than simply dealing with financial matters?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you some brief questions about your responsibilities as CFO. Would it be fair to say that there were two principal aspects to that, one of which related to the external financial reporting of the business?
Yes, that was my primary focus.
You've explained that it was your duty as CFO to ensure that all of the company's annual financial statements were true, fair and accurate. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that the independent annual financial audit was conducted properly.
Correct.
During your tenure as CFO, the firm which performed that independent audit of Pol was Ernst & Young, is that right?
It was.
The other aspect of your role, so the other principal aspect, related to the day-to-day management of the business's financial accounting, budgeting and planning, is that right?
Correct.
Now, one area of the business for which you were responsible was the product and branch accounting division, is that right?
Yes.
You've explained in your statement that product and branch accounting performed the back office accounting function of the business, is that right?
Yes. Essentially, it reconciled the client accounts with the customer accounts.
And it provided you with the aggregated data and information which you needed to produce the Post Office's annual financial reports?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that product and branch accounting therefore served an essential role in helping you to meet your obligations for financial reporting?
Yes.
During your tenure, the division was led by Rod Ismay, is that right?
Correct.
In your statement, you say you would have been briefed about the Horizon system by Mr. Ismay, or possibly by a member of his team on your arrival, is that right?
Yes. I don't recall precise conversations, but I'm sure they would have taken place early in my tenure.
I think it's at paragraph 38 of your statement, please. WITN 100000100. It's on page 12, please, paragraph 38. And so the penultimate sentence reads, as CFO, I was expected to have a general understanding of how Post Office Limited accounts for transactions in branches and by product type, for the purpose ultimately of ensuring the reliability of Pol's financial statements. Presumably, at a minimum, you would have understood that Horizon was a point of sale and financial accounting system that was operated and maintained by Fujitsu Service Limited.
Yes, I would.
And you would have been aware that the system was used in the post office branches to process and record each transaction performed at the counter by a sub-postmaster, a manager, an assistant, for example.
Yes, I would.
You would have also been aware, I assume, again at a minimum, that those transactions processed and recorded by Horizon were transmitted to Post Office's back office accounting systems.
Yes.
And there, as you've said, they would be reconciled, checked and reconciled against data provided to the Post Office by its clients.
Correct.
Do you recall what you were told, if anything, by Mr. Ismay about the contractual relationship between the Post Office and its agents?
I don't, I'm afraid.
Were you aware at the time that you took on your role that Post Office and branch accounting were responsible for issuing transaction corrections to recover from sub-postmasters accounting shortfalls shown by Horizon?
I believe I would have been aware shortly after joining, either through conversations with Mr. Ismay during my induction or having read the now called Ismay report.
I will come on to that in a moment, but before I do, do you recall what you were told about that process of issuing transaction corrections?
I don't.
It was shortly after you took up your role as CFO that you received an email, an attachment from Mr. Ismay relating to challenges to the integrity of Horizon. Is that right?
Correct.
Could we please first turn up that email, which is at poll 00294836. Thank you. So we see there, it's an email from Mr. Ismay to you, Mr. Day, on the 8th of September 2011. So relatively shortly after you took up, I think you said August 2011 was when you started in the role of CFO. The subject of the email is Horizon Challenges, a report dated 2nd of August 2010. And the name of the attachment is Horizon Integrity. Mr. Ismay says, Chris, further to my last email, please find attached report I did last summer for Dave Smith, then MD. It's a long report, but that detail was agreed as necessary, and I would be grateful if you could read it as context to the update I need to give you. So just pausing there, would it be fair to say that this wasn't simply a report that passed across your desk? It was something that Mr. Ismay wanted you to read and discuss with you?
Yes.
He goes on to say then in the third paragraph, Mike Granville has had related stakeholder conversations. Do you recall Mr. Granville's role?
I don't recall his precise role. I think he was involved in government communications, PR type role.
It goes on to say, and I expect you may have heard references to this area, by which he presumably meant Horizon Integrity. Would you agree?
Yes.
From Kevin, Paula, Susan, or Mike. So he's assuming there, is he not, that this is a subject that you would have already discussed with directors of the company, the chief executive, general counsel, or Mr. Granville?
That's what he's saying, yes.
Do you recall whether you did, in fact, discuss the issue of Horizon Integrity with any of those individuals named there?
I have no recollection of discussing it with any of those individuals.
Were you concerned to be told, early in your tenure, that the integrity of the system from which you derived your financial accounting data and information was being challenged?
My recollection is that the report was shown to me partly for Mr. Ismay to describe the role that he was doing and the function of his team, but also clearly to alert me to the fact that there had been challenges to the integrity of the system. But as I understood it, those had all been addressed at the time.
So is the answer you weren't concerned at all?
I was aware of the challenges. I don't think I was unduly concerned.
You would have known, would you not, that if the Horizon system lacked financial integrity, then the financial statements for which you were responsible might not be true, fair, and
absolutely.
In your previous roles, had you ever come across a situation like this before where users of the business's accounting system were saying, we believe it lacks financial integrity?
No, I hadn't.
It's your evidence that I believe you had no independent recollection, so you have no independent recollection of reading this report. Is that correct?
That's true. I'm sure I read it, but I don't recall reading it.
And you don't recall whether you had any discussions with Mr. Ismay, albeit this email does tend to suggest that he wished to discuss the matter with you.
I think it's highly likely that I discussed it with him as part of my induction. I don't recall the precise conversation.
I'd like to explore with you what you thought or would have thought, based on your recollection at the time, about some of the issues that are raised in this report. Please could we bring up a copy of the report at POL 00294837. So we see at the top there, as we know, this was a report that Mr. Ismay produced for the then Managing Director, Dave Smith. And there are various senior managers in the organisation who were copied into this report when originally produced just over a year prior. The title of the report is Response to Challenges Regarding Horizon Integrity. And the first paragraph reads, Post Office Limited has, over the years, had to dismiss and prosecute a number of sub-postmasters and Crown staff following financial losses in branches. A small number of these have made counterclaims that they are not guilty of the charges made, but that the Horizon system was faulty. Just pausing there, had you had any prior experience of working for an organisation which prosecuted its staff for financial losses suffered by the business?
I hadn't, no.
You've explained in your statement that you did not know when you first joined the Post Office that it brought private prosecutions against its agents and its staff. Is that right?
Yes, I don't recall being aware at the time, although I can see it's indirectly referenced in this report.
And so by the time you read this report in early September, you would have been aware of that fact, would you not?
I think it's highly likely that I was aware.
Knowing that the Post Office brought prosecutions in these circumstances, would that have affected the importance that you attached to the financial integrity of the business's accounting systems?
Yes, I think it would.
Why?
But I think my primary focus would have been on whether I, as CFO, could rely on the integrity of the system to verify the accuracy of the financial statements of Post Office. That would have been my primary focus.
In terms of wider risk to the business, however, would you have been concerned about the importance of financial integrity, bearing in mind that you knew that the business brought prosecutions in reliance on Horizon data against its agents and employees?
Don't know whether I made that specific connection at the time.
The report goes on to say in the second paragraph, various lobbying groups have been set up by former sub-postmasters, and these have at times received national media coverage, and in some cases been taken up by local MPs. Most recently, Channel 4 has proposed a news article about this area. This suggests, does it not, that concerns about Horizon's integrity were not isolated to a few disgruntled sub-postmasters who'd been convicted, but it attracted the attention and support of members of Parliament and the national media?
Yes, it does.
Do you think that would have registered with you at the time as a significant area of risk for the business?
I think the context for this would have been a knowledge of the size of the network and the relatively scarce incidence of such matters, But I think in terms of peripheral vision, yes, I'm sure I would have had an awareness that there had been some media coverage and that there was some reputational risk to the Post Office.
If we continue, please, onto the following paragraph, the report defines its purpose there as being to provide an objective internal review of Post Office Limited's processes and controls around branch accounting. And it explains it includes an overview of Post Office's control environment, its response to accounting errors, which we've referred to as transaction corrections, its IT systems, so Horizon versus Horizon Online. Were you aware at this stage as to the existence of different iterations of the system? That is to say, an earlier version which had been superseded by Horizon Online.
I believe I would have known that Horizon Online had replaced Horizon in January 2010. That's probably the extent of my knowledge at that stage.
It refers there to the resolution of known issues under IT systems. And thirdly, third-party perspectives comprising court judgment, media and audit. And then lastly, statistics on branch accounting issues, suspensions and prosecutions. Would you agree that that accurately summarises the focus of the report being on the Post Office's controls, processes and controls, as opposed to, by contrast, Fujitsu's processes and controls?
Yes, I would.
What you were not receiving in this report was a very detailed explanation of how Horizon operated at a technical level. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And therefore, to someone without a detailed technical background, it was nonetheless a relatively comprehensible report, was it?
Sorry?
For someone who did not have a detailed technical background in IT matters, what was canvassed in this report was readily understandable to you, was it?
Broadly, yes, it was.
If we can move on, please, to the executive summary, which is on the second half of this page. It reads in the first paragraph, the allegations to which we are responding follow on from cases where thousands of pounds were missing at audit. We remain satisfied that this money was missing due to theft in the branch. We do not believe the account balances against which the audits were conducted were corrupt. Just pausing there, were you told by Mr. Ismay, or did you later become aware during your time as CFO, what, if any, inquiries were made by product and branch accounting when an SPM or an employee said, I simply do not know what has caused the accounting shortfall in the branch accounts. I think the system must be at fault. So my question is, would you have known what processes were followed by product and branch accounting to investigate the causes of these shortfalls?
I think I would have had a broad understanding of the processes in terms of investigating differences, but don't think I would have had a detailed understanding of what happened in each particular case.
Do you think that's something you would have inquired about at the time? Namely, what are we doing as a business to satisfy ourselves that these losses are genuine, bearing in mind what we're being told by our agents and employees about suspected faults in the system?
I don't recall, but my memory is that these were relatively rare occurrences. So
we'll come on in shortly to look at that issue. We turn to the second paragraph, please, of the executive summary. It states, Post Office Limited has extensive controls spanning systems, processes, training and support. Horizon is robust, but like any system, depends on the quality of entries by the users. If we just pause there again, Would that have struck you at the time that you read this report as an accurate statement, namely that the robustness of Horizon depended on the quality of the entries made by its users?
I believe it would have done, yes.
Would it have occurred to you that the quality of the code and the work undertaken to develop and maintain the system might have been significant factors which affected the robustness of the system?
I don't believe I would have had that awareness.
Do you think it would have struck you at the time that statements like that betrayed an assumption by the Post Office that any fault, any accounting error, responsibility for any accounting error must lie?
I would have seen it that way, but I can see now that it could be interpreted that way.
From your experience of working with large-scale IT systems, would you have considered that to be an accurate assumption, that any accounting error must be the fault of the user?
No, I don't think I would have had that general view.
What would your experience have been?
I think my experience would have been that faults could have arisen for any number of reasons, either user error, problems with software, problems with processing.
Do you recall whether you took any steps to challenge the assumption that we see there?
I don't recall, but I don't believe I did. I think I read and accepted this report at first sight.
If we carry on, please, to the final paragraph on the first page, which reads, "The integrity of Horizon is founded on its tamper-proof logs, its real-time backups, and the absence of backdoors, so that all data entry or acceptance is at branch level and is tagged against the logon ID of the user. This means that ownership of the accounting is truly at branch level." On the face of it, what Mr. Ismay appears to be identifying here are a variety of security features which underpin his stated confidence in the integrity of Horizon. Is that fair?
Yes.
What did you understand Mr. Ismay to mean by the absence of backdoors?
I would have understood this to mean that only the sub-postmaster had access directly to their data, that there was no intervention at the centre by product and branch accounting, that the data stood in accordance with what was input in the branch, and that there was no other access to that data, hence the tamper-proof logs.
We know, because we've discussed it, you were aware that product and branch accounting issued transaction corrections, and Mr. Ismay deals with these, please, at page 7 of the report. So this is under the heading Accounting and Control in Product and Branch Accounting. And within the box at the top, the first paragraph reads, "Central controls over accounting are primarily in the product and branch accounting team, but also include activity in cash centres and alerts from our method of payment processes." If we go on, please, to the following page, at page 8. There's a number of bullet points there. The first one relating to transaction corrections. This is where we see here he gives his explanation about backdoors. It reads, "Double entry adjustments sent to branches for their acceptance." This is his definition of transaction corrections. "There is no backdoor to force them into branch accounts. Visibility is key to ensure ownership of the issue and prevent any risk of arguments about backdoors." So that would be consistent, would it not, with your understanding? You've stated
Yes.
to me just now, essentially, you had been told here that if and insofar as product and branch accounting issued a transaction correction, it still had to be accepted by the agent in branch.
Correct.
And therefore they retained ultimate control over their accounting data.
Correct.
Please could we return to the executive summary, which is on page 2 now. In the second paragraph reads, forgive me, I'm just waiting for it to show. So please, at the top of page 2. Thank you. The second paragraph begins, accounting errors do happen through user mistakes, but these can be explained and resolved case by case. So again, we see that assumption that all accounting discrepancies are caused by the user, do we not?
We do.
System issues have also arisen, but again, Pol has been able to explain them and rectify them. So you've been given assurance there that if and insofar as issues have arisen, they have been rectified by the business.
Correct.
Whilst they've affected the availability and functionality of the system, with consequent impacts on customers and clients, they do not bring the integrity of this system into question. Now, this paragraph of the report alerted you to system issues, did it not?
Yes.
That were known to Post Office Limited at the time. Could we please move forward to the section of the report where these system issues are addressed in more detail? That's at page 15. So this section is entitled Known IT Issues and Their Applicability to the Allegations Made. I'd like to ask you, please, some questions about the example given at subparagraph B, which is described as barcode sticking. The first paragraph reads, a small number of branches have experienced a situation where a customer transaction, for example, a bill payment, sticks on the details of the preceding transaction. In some cases, the branch has spotted it immediately, but in some cases, it has only come to light when the customer complains that they are being chased for an unpaid bill. Incidents go back to 2005. So, on the face of it, if we pause there, what's being described here is an accounting error, namely that a transaction has not been properly processed and recorded by Horizon. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
What's more, contrary to the assertion that's made in the executive summary, it was not an error caused by the user, but by the system itself. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
This paragraph also tells us that the issue dated back to 2005. So this is 5 years before this report was prepared.
Correct.
If we read on, we can see Mr. Ismay's description of the steps which were taken by Post Office Limited to explain and rectify the problem, as he suggests in his executive summary. The second paragraph reads, up to now, it had been understood that this issue related to a version of scanners where Post Office Limited did not know which other branches had the same version. It was not therefore possible to isolate other branches. It was also a rare event on the scanners themselves. It was not a systematic failure with every transaction on the particular scanner. If we pause there again, we can see from this paragraph, can we not, that Post Office Limited had originally understood this problem to relate to a piece of hardware, namely the barcode scanner that was used and that supported the Horizon system.
Yes.
It's also clear that this misunderstanding as to the source of the problem had prevailed until shortly before this report was written in August 2010. Is that not clear from the statement? Up to now, it has been understood.
Yes, you could interpret it that way.
Namely, between 2005 and we're now nearly August 2010 when this report is produced, it has been assumed by Post Office Limited that this problem related to a piece of hardware. Oh, I think you agree that that's
Yes, I can interpret it that way, yes.
an acceptable interpretation of that. In terms of the remedial steps that Post Office said they've taken to deal with this issue, you were told here that Post Office didn't know which branches were affected by what was thought to be this faulty version of the barcode scanner. And as a result, they've not been able to identify the branches affected by the problem. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So is it not right, you're essentially being told here that for a period of nearly 5 years, Post Office had done nothing to address the underlying problem which was causing this known issue?
I don't know if I'm being told that. I think he's seeking to differentiate between any errors which would have been caused by inputting of data in a branch with broader hardware issues which he's asserting did not have any direct bearing on any of the previous legal cases, and that there would be from time to time glitches that would happen with the system that would be rectified. I accept that it looks as if this particular one took a long time to be rectified.
So if we look then at the following paragraph, it confirms that Fujitsu had investigated the issue, that is to say the suspected problem with the hardware, the barcode scanner, and had advised Post Office it's not a hardware-related issue, it's a riposte software issue. Were you aware of the function that riposte served in the Horizon system?
No.
It goes on to state it will cease to be a problem with Horizon Online as HOL, meaning Horizon Online, does not use riposte. So again, we see here, quite some time after the issue first arose, Fujitsu have ultimately diagnosed it as a software fault, not a hardware issue. But they're not intending to do anything about it because the original legacy version of Horizon is going to shortly be superseded. Is that how you would have read?
That appears to be the case, yes.
Now, what Mr. Ismay goes on to tell you is that the issue does not appear to have arisen in any of the legal cases in question, and the incidents have been resolved at all branches where it has been noted. Now, pausing there, what you were being told is that where accounting errors had arisen and had been discovered, they had been resolved. That's
yes.
Correct, isn't it? But you'd also been told in the preceding paragraphs that Post Office Limited had not taken steps to identify the branches affected by this problem in the period between 2005 and 2010. Had they? They'd not taken active steps to try and identify which branches were affected because they didn't know which branches had this faulty barcode scanner.
That would appear to be the case, yes.
And the Post Office had instead relied upon the branch to spot the problem or a customer to raise a complaint for example, about an unpaid bill?
Yes,
So a reactive rather than a proactive
it looks that way.
response. Bearing in mind that this fault appears to have persisted for a period of 5 years, undiagnosed and unresolved in the Horizon system, would you have not entertained the possibility that there would be affected branches where accounting errors hadn't been detected and adequately resolved? Where, for example, a sub-postmaster had made it good because they couldn't work out the underlying cause of the problem,
I think that's a possibility.
or had been made to repay.
But again, I think Mr. Ismay is seeking to draw a differentiation between errors or imbalances generated at the point of sale from issues relating to hardware or software that is no longer used. But I can see from this that this may have been a relatively widespread issue.
But it appeared to show, did it not, that there was a software bug in the system which was capable of causing accounting errors. Because if a customer complained that their bill hadn't been paid, then at some stage in the process an error had arisen, had it not?
Yes, it would depend how, the order of magnitude, how many customers and branches were affected.
Did you consider that this information was consistent with the confidence being expressed by Mr. Ismay in the integrity of the Horizon system?
I viewed this series of bugs or glitches that had happened historically as being things which typically happen in a large IT computer system, that they had been addressed. I can see this one took a long time to be addressed. But what I was clearly being asked to accept was that none of these issues had any direct relation to previous legal cases.
That appears to be the assumption that was made by Mr. Ismay, and that's what he says in the report. But what I'm testing with you is whether that's really consistent with what you were being told here, because you were being told that Post Office were taking no steps to detect this issue, to proactively resolve it, and Fujitsu weren't even aware that the software fault existed. So how could you or Mr. Ismay possibly be confident that these were isolated cases and they'd all been resolved?
Well, I think my personal assurance would have been, again, going back to my duties as CFO, was to verify the accuracy of the company's financial statements. And rightly or wrongly, I would have taken assurance from the fact that Horizon Online had been introduced in 2010, and that this particular issue no longer existed.
It didn't say very much, though, did it, for Post Office's processes and procedures before you came into post?
Well, it suggested that there had been issues in the past which had generally been resolved, and or Horizon Online had superseded the previous system.
The final thing that Mr. Ismay says about this particular issue is that we can see there the final paragraph and the last sentence. This is not considered a systematic integrity issue for Horizon, and it should be resolvable from the facts of records in the Horizon transaction logs. Would you have agreed with Mr. Ismay's assessment that this was not a systematic integrity issue?
I think I would have accepted it at face value at the time. And I think the reference to the transaction logs presumably means that all of the discrepancies would have been found and could have been found in due course.
If the transaction logs still existed?
Indeed.
I'm going to move on now from known IT issues to another part of the report in which Mr. Ismay addressed the option of procuring an independent review or audit of Horizon to respond to the challenges to its integrity. Do you recall that aspect of the
Yes.
report? Could we please turn to page 19? Thank you. So in the second half of page 19, we see the heading 4C, independent review and audit angles. The report states, POL has actively considered the merits of an independent review. This has been purely from the perspective that we believe in Horizon, but that a review could help give others the same confidence that we have. So we see again Mr. Ismay making a very clear statement of confidence in the integrity of the system. Is that fair?
Yes.
He goes on to say, our decision between IT, legal, product and branch accounting, security and press office has continued to be that no matter what opinions we obtain, people will still ask, what if? And the defence will always ask questions that require answers beyond the report. Further, such a report would only have merit as at the date of creation and would have to be updated at the point at which Horizon or the numerous component platforms were upgraded. What this appears to be saying, does it not, is that it simply wouldn't be worth commissioning an independent review because it would not have the effect of silencing criticisms of Horizon. Is that fair?
Yes.
At the time you read the report, would you have considered that a good reason for not procuring an independent review of Horizon?
I don't think I would, actually. I mean, I clearly wouldn't now. And I don't recall in detail reading this paragraph, but I would like to think that I wouldn't think that this was a suitable reason or series of reasons for not commissioning an independent review.
Sorry, I'd just like to clarify that last point you're saying. You think you wouldn't have thought?
Yes, clearly I have a clear view now, but trying to place myself back in 2011 and reading this, although I don't have a precise recollection of reading it, I would like to think that I would not accept these reasons as a legitimate reason for not commissioning an independent review.
The report goes on to say Ernst & Young and Deloitte are both aware of the issue, by which he presumably means the issue about Horizon integrity, from the media, and we have discussed the pros and cons of reports with them. Both would propose significant caveats and would have limits on their ability to stand in court. Therefore, we have not pursued this further. What Mr. Ismay appears to be saying here is that Ernst & Young, POL's external auditors, and Deloitte's were simply not prepared to sign off on the integrity of Horizon. Is that fair? So far as he understood it.
No, I don't think I would interpret it that way.
How would you have interpreted it?
I interpret this as saying that both the auditors and Deloitte would be likely to introduce so many caveats that a report might not have much value and might not be able to address all of the questions asked.
Isn't that in the nature of a caveat, that what you're saying is I can't sign this off as having integrity because I'm not in a position to say one way or the other that it does? Is that not what the reference to caveats is?
Broadly, yes. It would depend what those caveats were, of course.
Did you consider at the time that there was a tension between the absolute confidence which Paul was expressing in the integrity of Horizon and the reluctance of its statutory auditors to sign up to that position?
No, because I had a separate relationship with Ernst & Young, and as I'm sure we'll come on to discuss, we were working through a series of improvements to the IT control environment. So set against that knowledge of what I was actually working on, I don't think this paragraph would have particularly surprised me.
As you've just alluded to now, the report goes on to explain that the external audit that Ernst & Young perform includes tests of Post Office Limited's IT and finance control environment, but the scope and materiality of those tests mean that Ernst & Young would not give a specific opinion on the systems from this. We shall come on to that topic shortly, this issue of the Post Office's IT and finance controls. But you were aware from your work with Ernst & Young those tests were carried out, were you not?
Yes.
And that Ernst & Young would not express an opinion on the overall integrity of the system due to the relatively high-level nature of the work that they were doing on those controls and processes. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Before we move on from this report, please, there's one final paragraph I'd like to address. Could we turn to page 20? So this is following on from the part of Mr. Ismay's exploration of obtaining an independent review and audit. He states it's also important to be crystal clear about any review of one work commissioned. Any investigation would need to be disclosed in court. Although we would be doing the review to comfort others, any perception that Paul doubts its own systems would mean that all criminal prosecutions would have to be stayed. It would also beg a question for the Court of Appeal over past prosecutions and imprisonments. Did it strike you as odd that one of the reasons being advanced by Mr. Ismay for not commissioning an independent review was that it would need to be disclosed in court?
I don't recall. It certainly strikes me as odd, having reread the report recently. But I don't recall having thought at the time that this was odd. Again, my primary focus would have been to understand issues that might relate to the integrity of Post Office's financial data. And regrettably, I don't think I would have been focusing so much on what might need to be disclosed in court as a result of having an independent review commissioned. I don't think that would have been uppermost in my thoughts at the time.
Do you think you would have been in favour of commissioning such a review when you read this report, bearing in mind the importance of Horizon integrity to your functions and the accuracy of the Post Office's financial statements?
Do I think then that I would have been? I think I accepted the broad thrust of this report at the time. I don't think any of the legal or prosecution issues would have influenced me, but I think I wrongly took assurance on the integrity of the data for my purposes.
You've said several times in relation to this report, I accepted what I was being told. Now, you'd obviously only been in post for a matter of weeks. You couldn't be expected to understand or have an awareness of the detail of this report. But it was your role to challenge, was it not, where challenge was necessary?
Yes, and I would set this report into a broad context of a wide induction programme for taking several months across the whole of the post office network. This is clearly an important part for me to understand what's happening in Chesterfield. Mr. Ismay is telling me that there's a back history here that you need to be aware of, that there have been challenges to the integrity of the system. But I would set that against the context of I'm having parallel conversations with the audit partner from Ernst & Young and getting an independent view from him on the quality of data, the integrity of the system, areas of control weakness that still need to be addressed. So this is an important piece of context, but this was not my only reference point at that stage.
No, by no means, but it was something of a red flag, was it not?
Yes.
Issues with the integrity of the system.
And I'm sure I would have discussed it with the audit partner. Bear in mind that at least 50%, 60% of the audit each year was carried out in Chesterfield.
Thank you. If we can turn then to our next topic, which is the annual independent financial audit conducted by Ernst & Young. What I would like to explore with you now, if I may, is your knowledge of those reviews that Ernst & Young conducted on Pol's IT governance and control environment. You've explained in your statement you weren't in post at the time when Ernst & Young conducted and finalised their audit for the financial year 2010 to 2011.
Correct.
That's correct. But the findings of that audit were communicated to you and you discussed them with the audit partner, Angus Grant, is that right?
Yes, I did.
You state that your conversation with Mr. Grant was positive, so far as you recall.
It was. I recall it was a positive conversation. He described a gradual improvement in the overall quality of internal controls. He referenced the fact that there was more work to be done, and I think, as we'll see in the executive summary for the management letter from 2010-11, he referenced some specific areas that he described as refinements rather than fundamental control deficiencies. So, from my point of view, I wanted to know how bad things were and, frankly, what the chances were of serious management letter points and or a qualified audit. And he assured me that neither of those was the case.
As you've just explained, you took assurance from the fact that the audit had not identified issues that would lead to a qualification of the report. That really is the nuclear option, is it not, to qualify the financial statements of a business?
It is.
And therefore there might be some very serious issues which need to be addressed, but which don't necessarily lead to a qualification.
That's true.
Could we please bring up the management letter which was produced by Mr. Grant in August 2011? It bears the reference POL 000300217. Thank you. On page 2 of this document, please, we have the introductory letter from Mr. Grant to Sarah Hall. Do you recall what Ms. Hall's role was?
She was financial controller.
Thank you. It bears the heading Internal Control Matters Arising from the 2011 Audit. And it goes on to state in the second paragraph, our review of the company's systems of internal control is carried out to help us express an opinion on the accounts of the company as a whole. This work is not primarily directed towards the discovery of weaknesses, the detection of fraud or other irregularities, other than those which influence us in forming that opinion, and should not therefore be relied upon to show that no other weaknesses exist or areas require attention. Accordingly, the comments in this letter refer only to those matters which have come to our attention during the course of our normal audit work and do not attempt to indicate all possible improvements that a special review might develop. So this really here is one of those significant caveats that we saw discussed in Mr. Ismay's report, which is to say that an audit of this type should never be relied upon as signing off a system as having integrity, because its primary function is to look at those areas which might have an impact upon the financial statements, but not more holistically at the system. Is that fair?
That's true, but I would say it's difficult to imagine when you look at all the transactions that are covered within the financial statements, it's difficult to understand exactly how extensive weaknesses could be that would not have any impact at all on the financial statements of the organisation. But I accept that he's not giving a blanket green light to the Horizon system, nor would I have expected him to.
I think the point is it not so much that weaknesses in the system wouldn't have an impact on integrity? Is it not rather that Ernst & Young are not looking at all aspects of the system? They're not looking at the code. They're not looking at the specifics of the underlying architecture and structure of the system, and therefore they're not signing it off overall as robust.
That's correct.
Notwithstanding that caveat, Ernst & Young had detected deficiencies in Paul's IT environment, had they not?
They had.
If we could turn to the executive summary piece on page 3. So in the first paragraph, we see a point you've already alluded to, which is that improvements have been made by Post Office Limited. So it means the finance leadership team at Post Office Limited has implemented and processed improvements throughout the organisation during the past financial year. In particular, focused management action has addressed many of the issues raised in our prior year management letter and led to significant improvements in the overall payroll control environment. The recommendations we have made in this report should be seen as refinements rather than fundamental control deficiencies in comparison. So that really summarising the point you made earlier as to what you took from this report. Improvements have been made. These were refinements now being identified, not fundamental control deficiencies. Is that
correct?
Okay. It goes on to state, however, the main area we would encourage management focus on in the current year is improving the IT governance and control environment. Within the IT environment, our audit work has again identified weaknesses, mainly relating to the control environment operated by Paul's third-party IT suppliers, who were,
Fujitsu.
so far as you were aware, Fujitsu. Our key recommendations can be summarised into the following 4 areas. The fourth of which is to strengthen the review of privileged access. What did you understand this letter to mean by privileged access?
I think I understood it to be a theoretical possibility that people could access elements of the system, having been told that there were no back doors to the system. I would not have believed that this entailed access to the, what I would call the front office, the branch accounts of Horizon. But I could see that it was a significant finding and a control weakness that would need to be addressed in short order.
When you say that you understood it to be only a theoretical possibility, is it your evidence that you, in reaching that assumption, you were relying upon what Mr. Ismay had told you about the absence of backdoors?
I can't, certainly Mr. Ismay's report would have been in my mind. I can't recall whether there would have been other references as well. That may not have been the only reference point that I had for forming that opinion.
Bearing in mind this is identified as one of the 4 main areas which require management attention, would you not have discussed this with Mr. Grant at the time to test your assumption that it was a purely theoretical possibility?
I don't recall whether I discussed these 4 issues specifically with him at the time. It's likely that I would have done, but I don't recall the conversation.
So are you saying that you think your conversation simply focused on the positive areas of improvement?
Well, I think that was the wider context, was that things had improved greatly, but there are some areas that you need to continue to improve together with your IT, excuse me, your IT colleagues and your third-party supplier. Hence the first reference to improving governance of the outsourced application management. There's clearly a criticism there of the way that Post Office was managing the Fujitsu relationship, the degree to which we were taking direct control of the control environment.
It's likely, is it not, that Mr. Grant would have discussed each of those 4 points with you in some detail? No?
Quite possibly.
You simply don't recall?
I don't recall.
It might assist if we were to look at the section of the report which addresses this issue, please. Could we turn to page 31? Thank you. So we see the left-hand column bears the heading background, the middle column recommendation, and the final column management comment. In the bottom row, the report reads, we reviewed privileged access to IT functions, including access to user administration functionality across all in-scope applications and their supporting infrastructure. It goes on to say, if we can turn over the page, please. Our examination revealed it deals first with PolSAP, which was the Post Office back-end accounting systems, is that correct? And then goes on to deal with Horizon Next Generation on the following page, please. It states there are inappropriate system privileges assigned to the ASOP role and system manager role at the Oracle database level on the branch database server supporting HNGX. There are also inappropriate privileged access at the Oracle database level on the transaction processing system server DAT supporting HNGX. Would you have understood at the time what was being referred to here, do you think?
I don't think I would have had a detailed understanding of it, and clearly it's taken on far greater significance since that time. I think I would have viewed this as one of a series of areas of weakness. I would have viewed it as theoretical, but something which needed to be addressed and which in due course we did take steps to address, both internally and with Fujitsu over the course of the next 12 months. And indeed, in the financial year, my first financial year 2011-12, significant steps were taken to address each of these, and Ernst & Young carried out compensating testing to be able to give themselves the assurance they needed, admittedly for the purpose of verifying the financial statements and the being able to give us a clear audit. So, yes, looked at in isolation with what we now know, this looks like a very clear message. What we actually did was to gradually close over the course of the next 12 to 18 months all of these loopholes. And in fact, for the financial year, which commenced 1st of April 2012, we had ISAE 3402, which is the international standard for accreditation for testing of IT controls in place at the cost of Fujitsu. So we had effectively closed all of these doors within 8 months of me joining the organisation.
We'll come on shortly, Mr. Gray, to Mr. Day, sorry, to the subsequent audit work and assurance work that you were involved in. But if we could turn, please, to the following page, we can see what Ernst & Young said about the consequences of inappropriate privileges or accesses to the system. So in the left-hand column under background, we see that the last paragraph in the first row reads, unrestricted access to privileged IT functions increases the risk of unauthorized, inappropriate access, which may lead to the processing of unauthorized or erroneous transactions. On the face of it, these statements indicated, did they not, that Fujitsu staff had the ability to access parts of the Horizon system in a manner which was unauthorized or inappropriate. Is that fair?
That's my understanding now. I don't think that was my understanding at the time.
It's right, is it not, that that statement was in direct contradiction to what you've been told by Mr. Isbay about the absence of backdoors into the Horizon system, was it not? If it could lead to the processing of unauthorized or erroneous transactions, it couldn't possibly be right that sub-postmasters had complete ownership of their accounting, could it?
No. Again, I'm sure I would not have interpreted this at the time as being a reference to, even a theoretical reference to Fujitsu employees being able to access individual branch accounts. This is talking about the Horizon estate as a whole and a perceived weakness relating to the inappropriate use of privilege, access, authority. It's a serious matter, but I don't think I'm sure I didn't relate this back to individual sub-postmaster accounts.
What do you think you understood it to mean when it referred to the processing of unauthorized or erroneous transactions?
Well, just that there was a theoretical possibility.
Why was it only theoretical, though? This is saying that they have, as a matter of fact, unrestricted access, that they have inappropriate privileged access. So they did have this access. It wasn't purely theoretical, was it?
Well, it doesn't say how many or how many incidences there had been, whether indeed they'd ever been used, but it's showing that there is a control weakness that could give rise, in theory, to unauthorized transactions broadly within the Horizon Online estate. I can read it completely differently now in the knowledge of hindsight and understand exactly what that could potentially mean in terms of individual branch accounts. But again, it doesn't speak to the suggestion that could be done without a sub-postmaster's visibility of such a transaction.
I just finished this topic. So I think that might be a suitable time to take a short break, please, if that's convenient.
All right. Let me just ask you, Mr. Day, isn't Ms. Hodge right when she asks you to remove the word theoretically from your answer, in this sense that unauthorized access in the way that Ernst & Young are describing could take place? That wasn't theory. However, there was no evidence that it had taken place.
Yes, I would agree with that, sir.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can we please return at 15:15?
Yes, of course.
Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Day, before the break, we were looking at the Ernst & Young independent annual audit for the financial year 2010 to 2011. Forgive me, the management letter from that audit. I'd like to turn, please, to the recommendations which Ernst & Young made to address the weaknesses identified in the IT control environment. This is at POL 000-30217. If we could start, please, at page 31. Thank you. So we looked firstly at the column bearing the title Background. We can see the recommendations contained in the middle column, and it states, we recommend, forgive me, in the final row, we recommend that management conducts a review of privileged access to IT functions across all in-scope applications. And, thank you, their supporting infrastructure to determine whether the level of privileged access granted is appropriate. Where the level of privileged access granted is appropriate. It then reads, where access is deemed to be inappropriate, this access should be revoked immediately. It goes on to say, please, at page 34, forgive me. Thank you. So in the top row, management should implement monitoring controls to help ensure that controls operated by the third-party service provider, we know to be Fujitsu, are in place and are in operation. For example, monitoring of appropriateness of access to privileged users and profiles. Now, so far as you were aware, who within the business would have been responsible for taking these recommendations forward?
The IT function, the CIO.
Would that be in conjunction with finance or in isolation?
I would have viewed my responsibility as owning the audit overall. Therefore, I would have had an expectation that IT colleagues working in conjunction with Fujitsu would have addressed any IT control issues arising from the prior year management letter, just as I would have expected my own financial accounting reporting team to have been responsible for any specifically financial issues which had arisen. But here we're talking about IT control issues.
The CIO at the time was Leslie Sewell, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall receiving a briefing in May 2012 from Ms. Sewell in which she addressed these recommendations?
I've seen that document recently. I don't recall at the time receiving it.
Please could we bring it up? It's POL 00143-065. Thank you. So we can see at the top, it's a briefing for the Chief Executive and for you as Chief Financial Officer in relation to Post Office IT general controls. And this is in respect of the audit for the financial period 2011 to 2012. But as we'll see, it comments on some of the progress which had been made in relation to the observations in the previous year's audit. Under the heading Purpose, it states that the paper is to provide an update on, firstly, progress made in addressing the observations from the 2011-2012 IT General Controls Audit. Secondly, the implementation of an SAS 70 ISA EI 3402 style report. And thirdly, the observations arising from the 2011 to 2012 audit and proposed management response. Just pausing there, you mentioned before the break the implementation of an ISAE 3402 type audit. Can you explain, please, what that was?
Yeah, this was an internationally recognised standard for assurance engagements relating specifically to the testing of IT control environments. So it was considered a best-in-class certification of the quality of IT controls. And from more or less the day I started, there had been strong encouragement, particularly from the Royal Mail Group Audit, Risk and Compliance Committee, that I should seek this accreditation from Fujitsu. And as we'll come on to see, in fact, the CIO achieved that for the start of the 2012-13 financial year.
In terms of what this report achieved, was it materially different to the tests which Ernst & Young had carried out of the IT control environment for the period 2010 to 2011?
My understanding is that, well, firstly, it was internationally accredited. It was an industry standard, but that in the intervening year, 2011-12, Ernst & Young had carried out extensive compensating testing, as they called it. I don't think I knew exactly what that involved, but it was sufficient for them to be able to give the same degree of assurance that they would be able to give in subsequent years as a direct reliance on the ISAE 3402. The point that they made to me strenuously was that there was both an efficiency argument here, which is it didn't make sense for them to be, for us, Post Office, to be paying them to do compensating controls for a third-party system. And secondly, that there was a point of principle, which was that surely Fujitsu, who would have other clients, presumably with similar requirements, should take responsibility, certainly financially, for achieving that accreditation.
And just to be clear, the ISAE 3402 style of report would not have been an independent forensic audit of Horizon that had been that type of audit that had been mooted in Mr. Ismay's report back in 2010.
No, it wouldn't. No, this would have been a more efficient and, as I say, more widely recognised way of achieving the aims of having the financial statements be true and fair and accurate. It would not be a widespread assurance on the integrity of the Horizon IT system.
Its primary purpose then being to streamline those processes.
Yes. Sorry, could I just add one thing?
Please.
As far as I'm aware, though, it did address specifically all of the 4 issues that had been raised in the 10-11 management letter issue. So
including privilege.
It included testing of privilege access authority.
Under the heading background, please. This briefing reminded you, if we go down please to paragraph 2.3, this briefing would have reminded you that the 2010-2011 audit had resulted in a number of actions for Post Office and Fujitsu to address, which it says were concluded by October 2011. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
And it states the implementation of these actions had resulted in significant changes to our processes and to deliver improvements to our IT general controls. It goes on to say, given the timing of this year's audit, in January and February of 2012, there was some time for these changes to have embedded. The improvements are evidenced in the findings of the 2011 to 2012 audit, where there are no high-risk observations within the 7 identified versus 10 last year, and only 25 specific recommendations versus over 70 last year. Now, appended to the briefing is a summary of the 7 observations which were made as part of the 2011 to 2012 audit. They're contained at Appendix B on page 5 of this document, please. So we see here, it bears the title Summary of 2011-2012 Ernst & Young Audit Recommendations and Proposed Management Responses. So these are fresh recommendations arising from the latest audit of Post Office's financial statements. Is that correct?
It is.
And the first of these relates to privileged access. So Ernst & Young appears to repeat the recommendation to Post Office to conduct a review of privileged access for in-scope applications, that being Horizon and PolSAP, the Post Office back-end accounting systems. That's the first recommendation. The second being to revisit the need to grant access to SAP All and SAP New levels. Would you have understood at the time, do you think, to what that was referring?
Yes.
Oh, and what was that?
Sorry,
To SAP All and SAP New.
PolSAP, yes, was data extraction from Horizon for use for further analysis of the financial numbers.
Forgive me, but insofar as there was a need to revisit the granting of access at those levels, would you have had a detailed understanding of what that was referring to?
Yes, I would.
And what did you understand SAP All and SAP New to entail?
I'm sorry, I can't recall that now, but I generally would have recall being disappointed that this finding came back the following year, having read the earlier briefing note that described all of the actions having been undertaken by October 2011. So
there was an inconsistency.
There was an inconsistency
on the
there.
face of it.
Yes, and this was a disappointment that Ernst & Young felt the need to say that notwithstanding some management actions had been taken, they felt that this point still stood.
So that related both to the conducting a review of privileged access and the other recommendation we looked at before, which was the final one, implementing monitoring controls for third-party suppliers, that being Fujitsu. So this was an outstanding
it was,
recommendation.
And this, it was unfortunate that this, what I'd call a sort of transition year, 11-12, between the findings of the 10-11 report that I inherited and the initiation of the ISAE standard on the 1st of April 2012, I think we all believed that we had addressed as well as we could with manual intervention and working with Fujitsu all of the issues from the 10-11 management letter, but this one clearly took longer or we didn't address it to the satisfaction of Ernst & Young.
Now, in the column on the right-hand side, Ms. Sewell, the CIO, provides a summary of the proposed Post Office management response. And that first bullet point provides a definition of privileged access. She says there, privileged access describes the level of control where the user having this access can perform all or nearly all tasks within the system. For example, SAP All provides the capability to process and approve financial transactions within a SAP system. The purpose of SAP All is to enable qualified administration users the capability to maintain the system. Now, before the break, you said in your evidence that you understood privileged access to be a purely theoretical possibility. Did this not show that it wasn't simply theoretical? it was something which was in fact used by administration users to maintain the system. I appreciate this is a reference to SAP, which is the back-end system, but insofar as we're looking at privileged access more broadly, this established, did it not, that it was something wasn't simply could be used, but was in fact used?
It does. I don't think it would have surprised me or alarmed me that there was access to the SAP system. I think that is very distinctly different from access to the front-end Horizon IT system.
So to your mind, because the example given was one relating to SAP, you're saying that you had understood that to be materially different, that is to say, the nature of privileged access to SAP, you understood to be materially different to the privileged access that was available in Horizon?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Now, if we could, that deals, thank you, with privileged access. Do you recall receiving a further report from Angus Grant at Ernst & Young in August 2012?
Yes.
Can that be shown, please? That bears the reference POL 00143525. Forgive me, the second page, please. We see the management, it must be the third page, sorry, the management letter addressed to you, Mr. Day. I don't propose to take you through the control themes and observations because we've seen those summarised in Ms. Sewell's briefing to you. Do you accept that they are materially, that what you were told by Mr. Grant was materially the same as Ms. Sewell had summarised to you in her briefing, namely that the recommendations in relation to reviewing privileged access and implementing controls had not yet been carried out?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to a new topic, please. This relates to the actions which you took to report risks relating to Horizon to the board of Royal Mail Group. In December 2011, a report was submitted in your name to the Audit and Risk Committee of Royal Mail Group, addressing Horizon controls and Post Office's relationship with Fujitsu. Is that correct?
Correct.
This was approximately 4 months into your tenure as CFO, and was before Post Office Limited had formally separated from Royal Mail Group. Is that right?
That's right.
Although the report went out in your name, I think it's your evidence that you had very limited input into its preparation. Is that right?
Yes, I would have taken responsibility for the contents, and as I think I referenced in my statement, it was a request of a previous Royal Mail Group Audit, Risk and Compliance Committee that I should come with a paper addressing the concerns, which I think related to private eye, amongst other things. So no, I took and I take full responsibility for that paper.
Please could we bring up some correspondence relating to the production of that report, which has been disclosed to the inquiry. That bears the reference POL 00295091. Thank you. If we scroll down, please. Thank you. So the first email in the chain is from Sarah Hall, who, as we know, was a financial controller of Post Office Limited. And she addresses the email firstly to you and then to other senior managers in the Post Office. The subject is Royal Mail Group Audit and Risk Committee, paper draft, Horizon, urgent for review by Thursday midday. She explains, dear all, the Royal Mail Group Audit and Risk Committee requested a paper on the IT controls and the Horizon claims. With input from various experts, this has now been drafted, but is clearly a sensitive area. So I attach the draft for your review and comments before it goes to group for circulation to the ARC. So I think in fairness, as it says there, the original draft put together by others, but brought to your attention for review and comment before it was submitted.
Correct.
Could we turn, please, to the draft that was appended to this email, which bears the reference POL 000295092. Thank you. So this paper bears the heading Update on Post Office Limited Horizon Controls and Relationship with Fujitsu. And it states its purpose to be to set out the controls that operate around the Post Office Limited Horizon system, the relationship with Fujitsu, and why the Post Office is able to rely on these controls in the light of, firstly, IT control issues identified at last year's audit, and secondly, possible challenges against the integrity of the Horizon platform. Overall, stepping back, the purpose of this paper was to give assurance to the Audit and Risk Committee about the integrity of the Horizon system. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, under the heading Background, at paragraph 2, the draft report refers to the findings of Ernst & Young's audit for the financial year 2010 to 2011. So that was the original management letter that you saw shortly after your arrival into post. And it said this: there were a number of IT controls identified during the 2010 to 2011 year-end Ernst & Young audit. These were largely centred on Fujitsu, and a number of recommendations were included in the management letter following the audit. Unlike other RMG IT suppliers, Fujitsu does not have an SAS 70 or equivalent report on its controls, and the consequences of this is that EY needs to do full testing of all systems which are integral to the financial results. No mention was made here or anywhere else in the report of Ernst & Young's findings that Horizon had inappropriate system privileges, which potentially called into question the financial integrity of the system, did it?
That's true.
When you read this draft report, were you not struck, did that not strike you as a significant omission, namely the failure to acknowledge such a finding by Pol's independent auditors?
No. I think this paper attempted to paint the whole picture of the relationship with Fujitsu contractually, the issues, it alluded to the issues that had arisen in the 2010-11 audit. I don't think it would have been necessarily appropriate to go into those in a great deal of detail. And moreover, the issue, the fourth of the four issues identified, which now, of course, we understand to have much greater significance, would not have had that huge a significance at the time. So I don't think this was in any way hiding the detail of what Ernst & Young had found. I think it's an attempt to summarise that there had been issues. They largely related to Fujitsu. They were being worked through, and the backdrop to, as I mentioned before, to this discussion at the Royal Mail Group ARC was a previous lobbying for me and others to get Fujitsu to assure their system. So that's largely the question that the exam question we were trying to answer in this paper. It wasn't to give the Royal Mail Group Audit Committee an absolutely full blow-by-blow explanation of everything that had come up in the 10-11 Ernst & Young audit.
I'm not suggesting that you would have been expected to go into that level of detail, But the context of this report, was it not, that claims were being made about Horizon's lack of financial integrity? And you've been asked by the committee to provide a report addressing those claims. That's correct, isn't it?
Broadly, yes, but it's all of those issues that were itemised in the 2010-11 Ernst & Young management letter, and the solution was seen as the earliest possible adoption of SAS 70 or equivalent.
You accepted earlier that a SAS 70 report was not going to provide complete assurance on the Horizon system, because it was simply going to streamline the process of testing the IT controls. So that in and of itself wasn't an answer to claims about Horizon's integrity, was it?
It wasn't an all-encompassing answer. It was an answer to the question, can we depend on Horizon to provide accurate financial data? Bear in mind the Royal Mail Audit, Risk and Compliance Committee was engaged in making sure that primarily that the financial accounts were accurate.
The one issue in Ernst & Young's management letter which did go directly to the financial integrity of Horizon was privileged access, was it not?
I think I would agree with that in hindsight. I don't think I had that understanding at the time.
But that one issue was not mentioned in this report.
No, simply that I don't think it had particular resonance. I don't think we saw, if you like, the first 3 points of those 4 summary points that Ernst & Young had made as distinct from the 4th point, being the privileged access point. That's taken on far greater significance since those days.
Some of this paper draws very heavily on Mr. Ismay's original report of August 2010.
Yes.
Excuse me, 2010. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
What it doesn't contain is any reference to the known IT issues that Mr. Ismay mentioned in that report. Do you accept that?
I do accept that.
And why is that?
Because, as I said earlier, I don't think those were... I think that there were 2 categories of bug or anomaly. The ones generated at the terminal through input errors, potentially, or the more, shall I say, ones which impacted customers more, and that subcategory that Mr. Ismay referred to in his note around screen freezes, incomplete transactions, the postmaster's not sure whether a transaction had gone through or not, the barcode sticking. These were, in my view, and I believe others' view, these were routine problems that would get resolved from time to time, and that would have an impact on customers, and that was a large focus at the time. But I don't think they're things which would naturally have lent themselves to a review with the Royal Mail Group Audit Committee about concerns around Horizon generally.
Was the purpose of this report simply to identify all the positive control measures that were in place, but not to actually give a full warts and all assessment of the true position? Is that really where we ended up with this report, do you think?
No, I think at the time, I viewed this as, I accept the point that this is heavily influenced by the earlier Ismay report, and indeed Mr. Ismay had a large input into compiling this report. But equally, I placed reliance on the objectivity of my financial controller, who was a very good financial controller, to critically evaluate that information And I think that this, I certainly thought, and I still think that this presented a fairly fair and balanced view of the situation. It comprises reference to expectations of Fujitsu, acknowledgement that we don't have the right certification in place, acknowledgement that there have been challenges to the integrity of Horizon, and an intention to a clear pathway to show what we're going to do about it.
Please could we return to the email correspondence of the 30th of November 2011, which was thank you. We can see there in the top half of the page is Mr. Ismay's response to Ms. Hall's original email enclosing the draft. He writes, and you're copied in, not copied, forgive me, one of the addressees of the email. His first comment in relation to paragraph 1, he requests that a sentence be added along the following lines. The IT control issues identified during the audit did not question the integrity of accounting data in the system. Rather, they were recommendations about the documentation and authorization of changes to systems and about opportunities for streamlined assurance. Pausing there, did that strike you as an accurate statement of the findings which Ernst & Young had made in their 2010 to 2011 audit?
At the time, yes.
And now?
Less so now, given what we now know about Horizon.
Given what we now know about Horizon, or more specifically about privileged access?
Yes.
Mr. Ismay goes on to say, the rationale for this, that is to say for requesting that amendment, is that for purposes of ongoing Royal Mail Group criminal prosecution activity, Rob Wilson, the Royal Mail Group head of criminal law, has advised that that was not the case, that were that not the case, then current prosecutions would have to be stayed. It is important to make clear Ernst & Young did not challenge the integrity of accounting data in the system. Again, we see here a very clear concern being expressed by Mr. Ismay that any challenge to the integrity, financial integrity of Horizon would undermine the safety of Post Office's private prosecutions. Do you agree with that?
I would have, as I said earlier, my primary focus would have been on the first half of this paragraph and the last line, because I would have been considering the impact on the veracity of our financial statements. I mean, rereading, I don't recall reading this at the time, but rereading this recently, I'm shocked at the rationale that's given, and I don't understand. To me, it's a non sequitur anyway. Either the data has integrity for accounting and reporting purposes, or it doesn't. And the last thing that would have been on my mind would have been linking it to previous criminal cases or staying prosecutions. I can't understand why those two things would have been drawn together.
Thank you. I'd like to address another topic which concerns the response to Second Sight's interim report. So with your permission, I propose to deal with this topic and then see where we are. It may be that we can take a slightly earlier break for lunch, but rather than taking another morning break, so unless you...
No, you deal with it in whichever way you think appropriate, Ms. Hall.
Thank you, sir. You say in your statement that you don't recall having any direct involvement in the instruction of Second Sight or the day-to-day management of their work. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Given your oversight of product and branch accounting, to which you referred earlier, do you think you ought to have been involved in the engagement of Second Sight as forensic accountants who would be looking at cases handled by that division?
Not necessarily. Yes, they would have been looking at historic allegations about the Horizon system. I would have expected to have been kept briefed on progress. I would not have expected to have been involved in their work more closely than that. And indeed, I was kept briefed, I believe, from time to time.
As a member of the board, you received updates in relation to Second Sight's investigations, is that correct?
Yes.
These culminated in a board meeting on the 1st of July of 2013, in which the board received an update from the chief executive shortly before the interim report was finalised and circulated to interested parties. Is that right?
That's correct.
Please could we look at the minutes of that meeting on the 1st of July? They bear the reference POL 00021 515. We can see there from those present, you're the last named under present, in attendance with the chairman, chief executive, non-executive directors, and other directors of the company. If we scroll down, please, the first item on the agenda was Horizon, and it states the CEO apologised for the short notice in keeping the board updated, but explained that issues had arisen over the last couple of days. She gave an update on the Horizon review, which was being undertaken by Second Sight, and their interim report, which was to be presented at a meeting of MPs on the 8th of July. The investigation to date had found no systemic issues with the Horizon computer system, but had highlighted areas for improvement in support areas such as training. You state in your evidence that the board, and by which presumably you meant you as well, had felt reassured by this update, particularly by the suggestion that there were no systemic issues in the system. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Reynolds, however, went on to explain, under subparagraph B, like any large computer system, Horizon would occasionally have anomalies, and two were known over recent years. The business had dealt with these anomalies to ensure no sub-postmaster was out of pocket, and these anomalies had not affected any of the cases which Second Sight had reviewed. Second Sight had been told of these anomalies, and they would include them in their report. At the time of this update, did you know to what Ms. Reynolds was referring by these two anomalies?
I didn't, no.
It would have been apparent to you, would it not, that they, from the update that you received, they related to accounting errors in the system? Would you have gleaned that from the suggestion that they'd been dealt with by the business to ensure no sub-postmaster was out of pocket?
I don't think I gleaned it from this update, but I gleaned it on reading the Second Sight report a short while later.
When you read the Second Sight report, you discovered, I think you say, the existence of those two bugs, the receipts and payments mismatch bug and the local suspense account bug. Is that correct?
It is, yes.
Bearing in mind that you had oversight of the division that was responsible for identifying any alleged accounting errors arising from those bugs, did it surprise you to learn this for the first time from, I suppose, firstly, Ms. Fennell's update, but the detail from Second Sight's report?
Yes, it did.
Did it concern you that these anomalies were known to the business, but had not been previously brought to your attention as CFO?
I can't remember if it concerned me. I was surprised, and I remember being assured, and you can see through the Second Sight report, that Post Office had assured them that these bugs had been rectified and there'd been no detriment to any sub-postmasters. But I regret that I didn't take any closer action, follow-up action, to understand why I had not known about these earlier.
So at the time then, would you have been concerned that this discovery called into question the accuracy and reliability of the reporting lines up to you as CFO? Are you saying only with hindsight?
I think with hindsight, certainly. I can't recall having been alarmed, but I'm not sure now, knowing what I know now, I think I should have been alarmed, I should have been concerned, but I don't think I was at the time. I think I took, unfortunately, assurance that these matters were in the past, had been remediated, had been dealt with, and I probably put them into that category of relatively routine things which go wrong with an IT system and get fixed. I don't think I made a connection to how on earth can I rely on my financial data if these two things have happened in the past without my knowledge. I don't think I made that connection.
Did you take any steps after these anomalies, these bugs were brought to your attention to assure yourself that any accounting errors caused by them had in fact been identified and remedied?
I don't recall, but I think it's unlikely that I did.
Why is that?
Well, I have no recollection of making any specific intervention. As I say, I would have, I think on the basis of what I read in the second site report, I would have been surprised to learn about them. Then maybe slightly perturbed that they had been divulged by Post Office apparently to second site, so slightly perturbed that I wasn't part of that disclosure process. But in terms of my primary focus of does this give me cause for concern about the accuracy of my financial statements? No, it wouldn't have done. Looking at the number of cases, looking at the order of magnitude, I'm afraid I would have simply been applying a materiality filter to that.
Which is to say that the value of any accounting shortfall would not have been sufficiently high to register with you as a significant risk at a business level?
Well, yes, twofold. Firstly, that they had been, I was assured they'd been remediated and that no sub-postmaster was out of pocket, because clearly they could have been material sums for an individual sub-postmaster. But then with my CFO hat on, do these make me concerned that I've misstated my accounts? No.
Thank you. On the following page, the minutes of the meeting record that the CFO was concerned that the report from the independent forensic accountants was not as factual as expected and could lead to loose language at the MP meeting.
CEOs.
Sorry, the CEO, forgive me. And it's paragraph D, the board asked the business to challenge Second Sight to ensure changes were made to the report where possible, and asked the business to prepare their communication to combat any inaccuracies. Can you explain, please, this reference in the minutes to the board asking Pol to challenge Second Sight to ensure that changes were made to the report?
I don't recall this specific part of the conversation, but my general recollection is that there was a disappointment with the lack of evidence-based findings. You referenced earlier the periodic updates from the CEO through the course of the Second Sight investigation, which were broadly that there was nothing systemically wrong with the system, but that some of the language used was quite emotive. Some of the examples seemed to be anecdotal and not evidence-based. And that was a general feeling from that meeting. So I think that's the context for the board seeking to challenge second sight where appropriate, to be more specific, to try and draw out themes, particularly my interest being in can we find things which are more widespread that there might be something we can do about, and to reduce the degree of perceived anecdotal or lack of evidence-based findings. That's the general sense, but I don't have a specific memory of the conversation.
Between the date of this meeting on the 1st of July and the next meeting of the board on the 16th, Ms Reynolds provided several updates to the board via email. Do you recall that?
I know that a lot happened in those 2 weeks, and I don't recall everything that happened, but through this inquiry process I've been able to piece together quite a lot of what I think happened, such that, as I'm sure we'll come on to discuss, the tone of the 16th of July board meeting was really markedly different from that of the 1st of July.
I'd like to explore with you a little bit why that might be. Now, one of the risks which Ms Reynolds identified in her emails to the board related to the reopening of past prosecutions brought by Post Office as a result of Second Sight's findings. Do you recall that risk being raised?
I don't. I've seen a document which from Ms Reynolds which was updating the board on the progress of meetings with, I believe, James, now Lord Arbuthnot, and other MPs. And I think it was in that document, which is broadly positive in terms of the findings and the discussion with MPs, but references, I think, Lord Arbuthnot's concern or determination that we should go back and look at previous prosecutions as a bit of a frustration for Ms Reynolds. So but I've seen that recently. I don't recall having read that note at the time.
Could we please turn up your statement at WITN 10000100, please, at page 24. At page 24, please, paragraph 69. Thank you. You're referring here, perhaps if we go back a page just to place that in context, sorry. Thank you. You were asked questions in your Rule 9 request about financial and reputational risk. And you refer here to an email from Ms Reynolds dated the 6th of July, in which, in advance of the publication of the interim report, she identified one of the main reputational and potentially financial risks arising from the review relates to possible attempts to reopen, thank you, past prosecutions based on the findings. Now, you say, I do not remember this being discussed by the board, but I do not believe this was a significant financial concern. My recollection is that we believed only a small number of historic cases would be affected, leading to a limited number of possible compensation claims, which from a poll financial reporting perspective would be immaterial in quantum. Now, it might be suggested that here you're trying to downplay somewhat the significance of the risks relating to the reopening of past criminal cases. Would that be fair?
No.
You do, however, dismiss the financial risk as being one that's really immaterial to you as CFO in terms of its quantum.
That was my perception at the time. And the context would be the Second Sight report. So I had not made the direct connection, nor had I been party to the conversation with MPs. and the determination to include past prosecutions in the findings. Perhaps my perhaps naive view at the time was that there would be a small number of people who might need to be compensated, but that was, in my mind, in relation to the findings of the Second Sight report, primarily around poor support and training to sub-postmasters.
This wasn't the first time that someone within Post Office had raised a concern about the reopening of criminal prosecutions with you, was it?
Remind me?
In Mr. Ismay's original report to you, he specifically addresses the risk of reopening cases if Horizon's found not to have integrity. We saw that raised again in the email of November 2011. So was this not something of which you were aware, a perception of a greater risk to the business, possibly an existential threat?
No, it wasn't. And indeed, there's a 2-year hiatus between those two references. A 3-year hiatus in one case and 2 years in the second case of those connections you just attempted to make. So no, that absolutely would not have been in my thought, and therefore I would not have written in my statement that I thought we were only dealing with a small number of compensation cases at this stage.
The Second Sight's interim report was addressed again at the board meeting on the 16th, as you've referenced already. I think you recall, if I'd say you do recall that meeting, the tone of it now.
Yes.
Please could we bring up the minutes of that meeting? There's a poll 000215516. Thank you. It's at page 6, please, where we see Second Sight's interim report was discussed. Thank you. So in the first paragraph, by way of update, the CEO explained that although Second Sight's report had been challenging, it had highlighted some positive things as well as improvement opportunities. The business had been praised in Parliament for setting up the independent review. The proportionality of the tiny numbers of cases had been emphasised. It's a point that you've, in fairness, raised a few times. And no systemic issues have been found with the Horizon computer system. However, there were cultural issues which had to be addressed to improve the support we gave to sub-postmasters. The CEO stressed this was now a catalyst to make changes in the business. The section I want to ask you about is subparagraph B, please, where it reads, the board were concerned that the review opened the business up to claims for wrongful prosecution. Now, in your statement, you say about this minute, we don't need to bring it up unless you wish to see it, but it reads, I do not recall who made that comment that led to the minute that I've just cited. I don't recall what the specific basis for this concern was. Again, it might be suggested in your evidence that you're seeking to distance yourself from the seriousness and significance of the concerns that are being voiced at this stage as to the implications that Second Sight's findings had for Post Office's past criminal convictions. Is that fair?
No. Could I add a little more?
Please.
My, having not been involved in the Second Sight work really at all, my views were informed by the periodic updates provided generally by the CEO, occasionally by the General Counsel. So I think the summary in the minutes under B is exactly what my understanding would have been at the time. I've been able to, through this inquiry process, and on receipt fairly recently of other documents, to understand a little bit more of the background to why you can see reported under C the board felt that the business had not managed the assignment well. And then, if we come on to talk about the request of me to look into the insurance situation, why I can now understand, but didn't at the time, the board had that specific concern about potentially opening ourselves up to claims of wrongful prosecution. So sorry, that's a very long answer, but in terms of the core document, the second site review itself, and my reading of this minute, which is the only thing I had until recently, I did not have a perception that either of those had in themselves opened us up to claims of possible wrongful prosecution.
I'd just like to test with you a little bit, Mr. Day, what you did know from what we've discussed so far today. You knew upon reading Second Sight's report that it had identified 2 faults in Horizon Online, which we've mentioned, the 2 bugs. That much you accept, yes?
Yes.
You also knew from Ms. Fennell's update that those faults had caused accounting errors, which had to be rectified. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, I knew that from reading the Second Sight report, yes.
Either the report or the
Yes.
update. You would have appreciated at the time, would you not, that the existence of such faults potentially called into question the integrity of Horizon's financial accounting. You were alive to that risk, surely.
Potentially.
You would also appreciated, would you not, that Pol's knowledge of these faults called into question the confidence which it stated in Horizon's integrity.
Yes.
And you were aware from the regular updates that that the board received from Ms. Crichton, General Counsel, that Pol was still bringing prosecutions and recovering assets from sub-postmasters and employees in reliance on Horizon data. You knew that, did you not?
Yes, I would have known that, yes.
Did those matters taken together not provide sufficient reason to be concerned that Pol might face claims of wrongful prosecution?
They might have been, but they weren't in my mind at the time. So if I look at the Second Sight report and the periodic updates that I was receiving, it was that there were no systemic issues with the system. There were the 4 spot reviews identified, which particularly SR05 would have been of concern, but these were, as I understood it, work in progress. More work needed to be done by both Second Sight and Post Office to establish exactly the veracity of these particular claims or issues. So no, I don't think. I mean, I genuinely was surprised by the comment in the minutes that, on the basis of what I understood and had been party to, we had opened ourselves up to claims of wrongful prosecution. And that's why I say I don't know. I'm not saying it didn't happen. Clearly it was expressed by somebody on the board, but I don't know who that was or in what context.
As you've acknowledged, the board was sufficiently concerned, was it not, about this issue that it asked you to investigate the insurance position and to ensure that Royal Mail Group and Post Office Limited notified their insurers of the review's findings.
Yes.
We can see the action for that on page 7, please. Thank you. It reads, the CFO was asked what the insurance position was. He promised the board a note on this. He was also asked to ensure that both RMG and the business insurers were given notice of the review's findings. Now, do you recall what action you took to comply with that instruction?
I don't recall the note, whether I wrote a note or not. I did take action to ensure that both Royal Mail Group and post office's insurers or their brokers were given notice of the findings. And the reason that Royal Mail Group were involved is that one of the policies, the directors and officers policy, was actually still part of Royal Mail. It was in a 6-year run-off period since 2012. So we shared responsibility for that. So I would have had to have reported it to Royal Mail Group. I don't think I did it personally. I think I did it through a direct report of mine who looked after insurance.
I wonder, please, if we could turn to POL 00108035. Thank you. This appears to be your first update on this matter. So if we could scroll to the bottom of the document where the email chain starts. Thank you. Sorry, so that's the bottom of the email. If we could please just get to the top of that first message. Thank you. So this is dated 19th of July 2013, addressed to Orwin Lyons Company Secretary. It reads, Dear all, on Tuesday the board asked for information on 3 things this week. A paper on transitional support services with Fujitsu, which we agreed would be considered by corresponded, the impact of the financial services junction insurance changes, and the continued transitional support from Fujitsu on the strategic plan and bottom line, including the P&L, profit and loss, presumably, and cash flow changes. Thirdly, the impact on Horizon's second site on our insurance cover. The first 2 points are covered by the attached, the final one explained by Chris below. It reads insurance. We discussed what impact the current Horizon issues might have on our insurance, on which we are advised by our insurance broker Miller. Their view is that whilst other insurance policies may be impact, the most likely one is D&O. You've just explained that was a reference to the
Directors and officers.
Thank you. This had the added complication, as it is the only policy we share with Royal Mail, and was placed by their broker, JLT. Do you recall who that's a reference?
Yeah, I don't recall what it stands for.
The excess of this policy varies under different criteria, but the main one is $25,000 on each and every claim. A meeting's been set up with JLT and Miller to ensure they are fully briefed on the issues before JLT engage with the insurer. Thank you. That's your first update. We see the issue of insurance arises again, however, and you produce a paper to the board in March 2014. This is POL 00027430. This is entitled Insurance Issues Arising from the Complaints and Mediation Scheme. The purpose of this paper is to set out the insurance-related issues for the Complaints and Mediation Scheme and is an update on the paper submitted to the board reading room in December 2013. In terms of the nature of the risks identified, you describe these at paragraph 3, please. So far, circa 150 applications have been received, of which only about a third have been worked through, so the assessment below is based on our estimation of the issues. It is possible but unlikely that the pattern of cases might develop in a way that changes this assessment. So pausing there, this is of course a reference to the establishment of the Complaint Review and Mediation Scheme. That's correct?
Yes.
And the number of applications received by that scheme for compensation?
Yes.
Arising in connection with faults in Horizon?
Arising from the findings of the second site report.
Now, earlier on, you, in your evidence, emphasised the very small number of cases which affected your assessment of materiality. By this stage, the Post Office had received 150 applications, had that changed your assessment of
Yes.
the seriousness and significance of this issue?
Yes, I still felt, we still felt that we were dealing with compensation, but clearly through the course of the second half of 2013 and into 2014, the number of applications and the size of some of the compensation requests, however one might attempt to scale them, were orders of magnitude bigger than we had originally envisaged or imagined as a direct result of the second site review back in July 2013. So yes, this absolutely was now material. It was not just material to me financially, it was taking up a huge amount of management time across the organisation.
Now, so far as your assessment was concerned, the payment of the making of payments under the scheme would not attract insurance cover. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think my developing understanding of the insurance position was, and I'm talking here about professional indemnity rather than D&O insurance, that compensation, if defined as goodwill in relation, for example, to Post Office having poorly supported or trained postmasters, failed to provide them with the requisite tools to do the job properly, could lead to compensation claims which would not be covered by PI insurance, i.e. PI insurance, as I understood it, would be limited, cover would be limited to issues for which Post Office was legally liable.
That is to say, for which they had a legal obligation to pay
Yes.
compensation. Now, one of the aspects of the concerns of the board was not simply the business's liability, but it was the individual liability of directors. Is that correct?
It is.
And did you personally have a concern yourself?
I don't recall having a concern, and going back through all of the documentation, it's clear that there were lots of different conversations around insurance, both at the board and outside of the board, and different non-execs expressing concern about the lack of clarity that I had provided on insurance. And it's difficult to work out from where each person was coming, whether it was on behalf of the organisation in terms of professional indemnity cover, or whether it was on behalf of themselves in terms of possible breaches of directors' duties or errors through the D&O mechanism. It wasn't entirely clear where all of these different challenges and questions were coming from.
What was your perception at the time as to where the focus lay, as between the board's interest in their own exposure and the exposure of the business?
My recollection is that the very first conversations were around D&O, and I think that's, but I have to caveat that with I didn't have a full and detailed understanding of exactly which policies might apply in which circumstances. But if I go back to the very beginning of the conversation, which is that board meeting of the 16th of July, my very clear understanding was we were talking about potential compensation, and therefore I don't think it would have been in my mind that D&O was the appropriate cover. But I can't speak for others.
Thank you, sir. That brings me to the end of that topic. I wonder whether if you would be content if we take an early lunch break and return at 1:30 to finish my questions for Mr. Day, and then to hand over to recognised legal representatives.
Yes, by all means. So, as you have suggested, we will adjourn now and resume at 1:30.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear and see us?
I can, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Day, good afternoon. The next topic I'd like to deal with, please, is the Horizon Desktop review carried out by Deloitte. Now, as part of actions arising from Second Sight's findings, the Post Office commissioned a review by Deloitte into the integrity of Horizon. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This report became known as the Horizon Desktop Review of Assurance Sources and Key Control Features. But before we turn to that report, I would like to ask you some questions about the reasons why it was commissioned. Now, just by way of background, the poll had instructed Linklaters, LLP, to advise on the business's potential liability to claims from sub-postmasters who had wrongly been held accountable for shortfalls shown by Horizon. Is that right?
That's correct.
Linklaters had identified in its advice to the Post Office Board that there did not exist an objective report which addressed the use and reliability of Horizon. Is that right?
Correct.
And that the board therefore decided that it would instruct Deloitte to produce such a report. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
Now, if we could look, please, at the minutes of the board meeting on the 30th of April 2014. These are at POL 000-21524. Thank you. So these are the minutes of the meeting on the 30th of April. We can see at page 6, please, the discussion of the Deloitte report into Horizon. Now, just pausing there, I think it's right to say that you didn't lead on this work as such. It was led by the CIO, Leslie Sewell. Is that correct?
Correct. And Chris Ojard, the
then General Counsel.
Yep.
So the extent of your involvement was insofar as you received updates as a member of the board and were shown a copy of the report.
Correct.
Is that correct? So this confirms that the board welcomed Leslie Sewell, Chief Information Officer. She wasn't a regular attender at the board, is that correct?
Correct.
She dealt with matters as and when she needed to. And Gareth James, partner at Deloitte, they're welcome to the meeting. Chris Ojard, the General Counsel, also rejoined the meeting. The chairman thanked Gareth James for his draft report and explained that there were a number of people who were sceptical about Horizon. The board were concerned to know the truth about the reliability of the system. Deloitte's views would need to be expressed in such a way that they would persuade reasonable lay people. Does that accurately summarise your understanding as to what was being sought from Deloitte at this stage?
Yes, it does.
Essentially a report that would show others or prove to others that Paul was right to have confidence in the system.
Yes, although I think somewhere else it says in the minutes that the chair expressed the view that it would be beneficial to have a positive view of the integrity of Horizon if that be the case. So it wasn't completely one-sided and lacking objectivity.
We see at subparagraph C, Ms. Sewell explained that the first piece of work Deloitte had been asked to undertake was to give assurance that the control framework, including the security and processes for changes in the system, were robust from an IT perspective. Now, pausing there again, what Ms. Sewell's describing there, is she not, is an activity that was similar to what had been carried out by Ernst & Young as part of their financial audit, but here perhaps with a particular focus, a more direct focus on the Horizon system. Broadly speaking, they were covering the same areas, that is to say, the control framework, security and processes for change. Would you agree with that?
Broadly, But I don't think that's the same as saying that they were simply being asked to replicate what...
No, indeed. No, I didn't mean to imply that at all, but rather that that the matters being canvassed by Deloitte would cover area that had already been investigated by Ernst & Young, of which you were aware and which had been reported to you.
Correct.
So it goes on to paragraph D to confirm that Gareth James, the partner at Deloitte, so we know, forgive me, by this stage, a draft report is in existence. So some provisional findings, it seems, have been made at this point. Mr. James reported that all the work to date showed that the system had strong areas of control and that its testing and implementation were in line with best practice. However, he goes on to say work was still needed to assure the controls and access at the Finance Service Centre. Now, if we go on to E, please, Chris Ojad, the General Counsel, explained that several of subpostmasters who were challenging Horizon had made allegations about phantom transactions which were non-traceable. What did you understand, Mr. Ojad, to mean by phantom transactions?
I don't think I had an understanding at that time of what he meant. Rereading the documentation recently, I've noticed all the way back to the Rod Ismay report that's a reference to allegations of ghost transactions, which I had not previously picked up. But back in 2014, I think this would have been a surprise to me that he was asking such a specific question of Deloitte.
Would you have understood that issue to relate to the question of privileged access and whether or not transactions could be inserted without a subpostmaster's authority or approval?
I would now make that association. I don't think I did at the time.
Mr. Ojad said assurance from Deloitte about the integrity of the system record logs would be very valuable. So clearly a hope and expectation that Deloitte will ultimately give the board the assurance that it's seeking.
Yes.
Can we please look now, a copy of the report was shared with you, is that correct? At the time. Forgive me, after this meeting in April, a copy of Deloitte's review was shared with you.
I believe it was.
Can we please just look at what you say in your statement about your reaction to reading the report? That's at WITN 100000100, please. At page 34, paragraph 108. Thank you. Now, I think you make the point that the copy that's been shared with you is marked as a draft, dated 23rd of May of 2014. You don't believe you've been shown final versions.
Correct.
Or final version of the report or of the briefing document supporting it.
Correct.
But you do say that on receipt of the reports, this is the fourth line from the bottom, I can recall a sense of general disappointment by the board. I cannot recall my views at the time, but looking at it now, I think that Deloitte's report was far too caveated and failed to reach any definitive conclusions on the reliability of the Horizon IT system. Now, what I'd like to do, please, is look at the report with you and some of the conclusions which it did reach. Please could we bring up the report, which bears the reference POL 000-28062. Thank you. Now, just by way of, to orient ourselves a bit, please, can we turn to page 3 where we find the executive summary? And this provides the, outlines the context for the assurance work which Deloitte had undertaken. It reads, as outlined to us by Post Office Limited's litigation team, Pole is responding to allegations from sub-postmasters that the Horizon IT system used to record transactions in Pole branches is defective and that the processes associated with it are inadequate. For example, that it may be the source and/or cause of branch losses. Pole is committed to ensuring and demonstrating that the current Horizon system is robust and operates with integrity within an appropriate control framework. It goes on to confirm Pole is confident that Horizon and its associated control activities deliver a robust processing environment through 3 mechanisms. Pole have designed features directly into Horizon to exert control. Pole operates IT management over Horizon. And Pole have implemented controls into and around the business process making use of Horizon. Collectively, these 3 approaches of inherent systems design, ongoing system management, and business process control are designed to deliver a Horizon processing environment which operates with integrity. A little further down, it confirms Deloitte has been appointed to firstly consider whether this assurance work appropriately covers key risks relating to the integrity of the processing environment, to extract from the assurance work an initial schedule of the Horizon features, and to raise questions for potential improvements in the assurance provision. Now, what I'd like to do, please, is move forward to the observations that were made in the report, the detail of which we can find at section 6 of the report, please, page 29. Thank you. Now we see here the section of report entitled Matters for Consideration. In this section, we've set out our key matters for management consideration further to the work we have performed above. We've structured this section as follows. Firstly, key matters for consideration by risk area, factors to consider in formulating an action plan, and the proposed action plan. Now, thank you. If we scroll down a little, we see the column on the left-hand side relating to risk area, the column in the middle defining the key matters for consideration, and the column on the right-hand side, the nature of the assurance work. Now on page 30, please, this is the 4th area of risk identified. And these relate, please, if we could scroll down to subparagraph 4. Thank you. These relate to risks identified concerning system usage. And over the page, please, on page 31. So starting first with subparagraph E. This raises a point which we discussed this morning, Mr. Day, from Mr. Ismay's report. It provides proactive monitoring of key system usage risks. The current assurance environment appears to be reactive in nature, with exceptions in processing triggering diagnostic and remediation activity only when reported. It would appear that no use is being made of the audit store for proactive monitoring of unusual or exceptional system events, potentially worthy of further investigation and action. Now, bearing in mind what you'd repeatedly been told or reassured about the business's efforts to rectify and remedy any accounting shortfalls created by software faults, were you not concerned to read here that there was no proactive monitoring of events in the system which could potentially cause such errors and shortfalls?
I don't recall this specific finding. I have a better recollection, I think, of the short form report which I believe came to the board. I'm not sure this full 56-page.
This is the assurance review, which I think you, in your evidence, you say that you read.
Okay.
Is that correct? Do you recall reading the report, the review?
I will have read it. I don't recall this individual point, or indeed relating it back to the earlier issues. I'm not exactly sure what the question is.
Forgive me, the point I'm making here is what Deloitte are flagging is a reactive approach being taken to the diagnosis and remediation of problems in the system. And that was consistent with what we saw, was it not, in Mr. Ismay's report about the barcoding
Oh, I beg your pardon.
fault.
I hadn't made that association, but I can see why you're saying that now, yes.
Now, you may not recall, or indeed you may not have read the next paragraph, but I would like to ask you about subparagraph F relating to hardware controls over the audit store. This reads, the Centera EMC devices used to host audit store data have not been configured in the most secure EC+ configuration. As a result, system administrators on these boxes may be able to process changes to the data stored within the audit store. If other alternative software controls around digital seals and key management are not adequately segregated from Centera box administration staff, privileged access to the cryptographic solution around digital signatures and publicly available formulas on MD5, hash digital seals, would potentially allow privileged users at Fujitsu to delete a legitimate sealed file and replace it with a fake file in an undetectable manner. Do you have any recollection of reading that at the time?
I don't, but I can quite see its significance now.
If you had read it, do you think you would have made the connection between this and the concerns which were earlier articulated about access to the system?
I would like to think I would. As I say, although I will have received this report and read it, I do recall colleagues saying that this was unwieldy and not written in plain English, and that was why I think Chris Ojard was asked to ask Deloitte to write a shorter form, easier to understand report, which I believe was then taken to the board, and that one had some very specific management actions coming out of it relating two particularly, one to do with balancing transactions and one to do with integrity of the audit store. But the point above it in E, I don't recall that one.
What you seem to be suggesting, Mr. Day, was this was far too lengthy a report for you to consider in all its detail, but you of course were experienced in dealing with lengthy reports. We had the management letter from Ernst & Young with some detailed audit considerations. Did you not treat this report in the same way as you would?
To be clear, it wasn't myself that said this was unwieldy and unusable, although I might have concurred with that view. I think it came from one of the other people on the board who said we need something easier to understand, more concise, and with a cover note, which I believe was drafted by Mr. Ojard. So I think the form in which it came eventually to the board, although there is appears to be very little documentation relating to this period, I believe was more like a 6 or 8 page document, much more concise, and as I say, specified 2 areas that I recall we then took management actions to address.
Now, I fully take the point you make, which is that subparagraph F is not phrased in language that would necessarily be readily understandable to someone without technical knowledge. But if we look, please, at subparagraph G, which references the branch database, it says this: we observe the following in relation to the branch database, being, firstly, a method for posting balancing transactions was observed from technical documentation, which allows for posting of additional transactions centrally without the requirement for these transactions to be accepted by sub-postmasters, either as a transaction acknowledgements and transaction corrections require. while an audit trail is asserted to be in place over these functions, evidence of testing of these features is not available. Did that not show, Mr. Day, that there were backdoors into Horizon?
I think reading this recently, absolutely, it says that. I didn't make any reference to it in my statement, and I had no recollection of this being a major alarm at the time. And I don't know why that is. As I say, the only documentation I've been provided with that helps me to piece together what might have happened, although it's not a direct recollection, is management actions relating to the Deloitte report. I think it's a paper by Chris Ojard entitled Zebra Actions, or Actions Relating to Zebra and the Deloitte report. And having reread that, I can see that there are two specific actions that the IT function took. One was to test for the actual usage of this balanced transactions, like had it ever actually happened other than the one incident in 2010 that had been referred to by Deloitte. And the other was, forget the exact wording, to do with testing the integrity of audit store access. And when I reread that document recently, that sounded familiar rather than anything that I'd read in this original report. So I think that was the distillation. I think there was a shorter form of this that may or may not have been discussed at the board. I couldn't find it in any board minutes that it had been discussed, but presumably it must have been. Then there were a series of management actions coming out of the Chris Ojard paper, and then the trail seems to go cold in the last few months that I was at Post Office as to exactly whether those actions were followed up and in what timescale.
Thank you. I think so far as you've covered that, that's your recollection of how the organisation responded to
Yes.
the Deloitte report, but that's really the extent of how you can help us in that regard. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, just to expand, I mean, unfortunately, regrettably, I did not connect, I don't recall connecting at the time, the balancing transaction point to the earlier points. It may be self-evident now, but I think had we, as a board, had that presence of mind to think, oh my goodness, privileged access wasn't that a problem in the past, even though it's been remediated. I don't think we put those together. Certainly, I didn't put those together.
Thank you. There's one point I'd like to clarify with you, please, in your statement. This, moving on from the Deloitte report, this relates to a comment you make in your statement about the advice which Paul received from Simon Clark. That's at WITN 10000100, please. Page 27, please, paragraph 85. So you say here, I've been shown the following legal advice provided to Paul, and you list 4 pieces of legal advice. Simon Clark's advice of the 15th of July 2013, his further advice of the 2nd of August 2013, Brian Altman, King's Counsel's advice of the 2nd of August 2013, and his further advice of the 15th of October 2013. At paragraph 86, you say, I have no recollection of reading any of the advice. I do not recall any specific discussions by the board or briefings to the board about any of the advice. You then say at paragraph 87, this is what I wish to clarify. I've been asked whether I had any prior knowledge of the factual allegations set out in paragraphs 3 and 5 of the Simon Clark advice dated 2nd of August 2013. I did not. Now, those paragraphs relate to allegations that evidence relating to known issues with Horizon had been destroyed. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you say you had no prior knowledge, do you mean prior to reading the advice dated 2nd of August 2013?
I don't believe I read the advice at all. I've only read the advice in the last few months.
That's what I wanted to ask you, really. When did you first read the advice?
During the course of this inquiry, and for whatever reason, however strange it may seem, I did not read any of those 4 advices, and I'm as sure as I can be that I didn't receive them.
Thank you, Mr. Day. I don't have any further questions, but if you could remain there, please. There will be some questions from the legal representatives and from the chair, maybe.
Well, can we just go back to paragraph 108 of the witness statement so that I can clarify in my own head what it means? It's page 34 of WITN 140/100. That's it. Now, Mr. Day, just so that I can be clear, the document that Ms. Hodge took you to is the document you referred to in the first sentence of paragraph 108, yeah?
It is, yes.
And then you make reference in the latter part of it to a second document, and you give the reference. And is that the briefing document which was referred to as coming to you after the whole of the report?
I believe it is, so yes.
Right, fine. Now, that paragraph reads to me as if you are accepting that the board actually received both those documents. And I want to be clear that that's what you intend to say. If you just read it quietly to yourself and then...
Yeah.
Forget the draft point for the moment, whether they were draft or the final version. To me, your paragraph reads as if the board received both documents.
I think I can't be completely sure that the whole of the board received the full long document, because I can't recall who it was who said this is not in a form that is acceptable for the board. It may have been the chair or somebody else. I don't think it was myself. So it's possible, sir, that it didn't come in its entirety to the full board. It would have come to some of the board and been rejected as not fit for purpose. I can't recall I had thought that both documents had come to the board, but the minutes don't help me to be sure on that point.
So is the true state of your... I don't want to put words into your mouth. Are you saying this, that the second document referred to in paragraph 108, ending 069 reference, that was presented to the board so far as you can remember, and by the board, all the persons who constitute the board? Precisely,
sir, but I haven't seen the minutes which prove that to be the case. But
no, but that's your understanding.
Yes, it is. It is.
Right. So far as the first document is concerned, ending 062, your understanding is that some members of the board, including you, received that document?
Yes.
Fine. And you go on to say in paragraph 108, after identifying them, I can recall a sense of general disappointment by the board. I cannot recall my views at the time, but looking at it now, I think the Deloitte's report was far too caveated and failed to reach any definitive conclusions on the reliability of Horizon. So am I to understand from that your personal view is that the report which you received did not demonstrate conclusively that, or even on balance of probability, that Horizon was robust because there were no sufficient definitive conclusions about that.
Yes, that's true, sir. I think,
Right.
to be clear, I think I'm talking very much here about the shorter form report with a cover note from Mr. Ojard.
Right.
And
Okay, so and again, sorry to cut across you, but so that thought processes are clear. So the document which you're satisfied from memory went to the board was a disappointment to the board because it, in effect, didn't reach definitive conclusions.
correct. We felt we were 2 years on, no further forward. We'd had a disappointing outcome in terms of trying to verify the integrity of the Horizon system from the second site experience, which had taken 2 years. We'd then, albeit rather belatedly, realised that we didn't have a truly objective report on Horizon, and this was our attempt to do that. And we find ourselves 3 or 4 months later with a report which essentially says the same things again. That the system is broadly reliable, but we haven't been able to test X, Y, or Z. We didn't have sufficient documentation going back far enough for us to be able to fully test it. By the time one had worked through the caveats, one was not left with anything that, in my personal view, took us any further forward.
Right. Then finally, and then I'll hand over. So far as what I'll call the long or the complete version is concerned, the document ending 062, which might be difficult for someone like me to understand, or not to have been difficult or unduly difficult to understand for those members of the post office teams who had the relevant technical expertise. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Right. So will there have been persons who received the full report who should have understood what it was saying?
Yes, that would follow.
Yeah. And from memory, who would those persons have been, Mr. Day?
Well, it would have been the IT function,
Yeah.
IT security, the CIO, working in conjunction with the General Counsel, who was custodian of this report, but clearly not an IT expert himself.
Right. So by name, Miss Sewell?
Yes.
And obviously Mr. Ojard.
Yeah.
Would have been the most senior people, yeah?
Yeah. Another name appears in the documentation that I was only reacquainted with very recently, a lady called Julie George, who was, I think, IT security person reporting into Ms. Sewell.
Fine. Thank you very much. Right. Who wants to ask further questions?
Mr. Steen and I would like to ask further questions.
Have you agreed which one of you is going first?
I think that Mr. Steen has agreed that I should go first, sir.
Right. Carry on then, Mr.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Day.
Good afternoon.
Could I ask you, please, to be shown a document POL 0033330, and this is an Audit and Risk Committee document, 20th of January 2014. You were in attendance together with Miss Venables, Miss Lyons, and also Mr. Ojard was in the chair. And could we go to page 5 of 79, please? And we can see that there is 4.1 allegations relating to the integrity of the Horizon system. Chris Ojard is described as being the owner of this matter on the Executive Committee. And it reads, there is a risk that allegations relating to the integrity of the Horizon system, if not contained, could raise wider questions over the robustness of our core systems and our ability to operate, damaging, amongst other matters, current partnerships, new areas of expansion, and public and government confidence. And then there is reference to Sparrow has established governance in place, including proactive risk and issue management, with blockers to issue resolution escalated through to the programme board. Risks, assumptions, issues and dependencies, a RAID analysis. Those workshops are held monthly by the programme team and attended by the risk business partner. Who was the risk business partner?
I'm not completely sure, but I think it may have been David Mason.
And who's he?
He worked in, I believe, the internal audit and risk team. I think he's named on the first page of this document.
Thank you. And so far as Bowtie status is concerned, Bowtie was a sort of risk management tool, but it's already determined to be an issue, so no Bowtie document is being produced.
That's what it says here, yes.
Yeah. So that was January of 2014. Now, the last annual reports and financial statements that you signed before you resigned in January of 2015, they were signed off by you and Miss Venables on the 25th of June 2014. And I want to take you now to another document, which is POL 000-26716. And you're familiar with this because this is the annual report and accounts, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And these are important documents, are they not? They are required by statute.
Extremely important, yes.
Extremely important. And obviously you want to give a true and fair view, an accurate view of the business, don't you?
Correct.
Right. Well, we know from the document that I initially took you to, the ARC document from January 2014, that there was concern about risks which could, relating to the integrity of the Horizon system, raise wider questions over the robustness of core systems, etc., etc.
Yes.
Now, I just want to ask you to go to one extract of this document, and could we go, please, to page 42 of 116? And can you see there engagement risk? And beneath engagement risk, and if we could just scroll up very, very briefly, we've got regulatory and compliance, but I want to concentrate on engagement risk. The only reference, I suggest, to the risk identified in the ARC meeting 6 months before, the risk, in other words, quotation, that allegations relating to the integrity of Horizon, etc., is this as follows, and it reads, the support of our staff and sub-postmasters and engagement with them during this significant time of change is key to the successful delivery of our strategy. Withdrawal or lack of support from our staff or sub-postmasters, whether driven by concerns over existing programs and initiatives or historic cases, could cause delays in the post office transformation programs and limit our ability to meet business objectives. And if we then go into the next column, it talks about a failure to comply with regulation could result in fines, adverse outcomes for our customers, significant damage to the post office brand, That's under regulatory and compliance. Sorry, I go up to engagement risk. Lack of support from our staff and sub-postmasters would jeopardise our ability to meet our strategic goals, etc., etc. Reduce reliance on government subsidy. Then the next column, we maintain a fluid and comprehensive engagement programme with unions, staff, sub-postmasters. These include regular meetings with the National Federation of Sub-Postmasters, the Communication Workers Union, DeoIT, senior management briefings to staff, etc., etc., etc. We have a people plan aimed at addressing staff motivation and skill needs. This includes development of new leadership and reward frameworks, increased focus on recruitment and training. We've created a branch user forum and branch support programme and plan further initiatives. If I were to suggest to you that engagement risk, those three columns, reading from left to right, are very carefully worded and Delphic, what would you say?
Well, the first thing I would say in terms of my duties as a CFO and responsible for the annual report and accounts is that at no stage did we seek to diminish or cover up the ongoing concerns that there were around Horizon, if that's what you're alluding to. But this would not be the point in the report and accounts to make reference. The auditors were kept abreast at all times of the findings of the second site review. They reviewed the possibility at all times for contingent liabilities and or provisions that would need to be made. So
Really?
Yeah. So my focus would be very much on I need to disclose as much as possible to the auditors so that they can make a qualified judgment on whether they need to recommend creating a contingent liability or a provision. So that would be the hard technical answer to the question, rather than I wouldn't seek to bury it in this text here.
Okay. I mean, before we move on, but you say that that the auditors were kept fully informed about provisions for liabilities. You recall that?
Absolutely. We had a conversation each year. I mean, it's part of the sign-off process. You're asked a very direct question about your knowledge of fraud, your knowledge of anything anomalistic, any ongoing potential legal issues across the business. And I think you'll see from the report and accounts each year a progression of statements from the audit partner, starting back in, I think, 2011-12, where mention is made of allegations about the Horizon system, through to my last year, 2013-14, where there's a much longer statement which talks about discussions with management, which talks about ongoing investigations. At this point, we do not recommend, or management rather, do not feel it's appropriate to put a contingent liability in place, and we concur with this view, but we will continue to monitor it. So from my perspective, my duty of care was to make sure that the auditors had all the information such that all of this could be divulged in the accounts at the appropriate place.
But you've just said, and you said that you distinctly recall that the auditors were being made aware of provisions for liabilities, and presumably that would also be, of course, the impact of any integrity issues on Horizon.
Well, the two are interrelated, clearly.
Of course. Could we go, please, to POL 00099-203. And I wonder if we could, yes, thank you so much. So this is from Miss Venables to Sarah Hall, and you know who Sarah Hall was, don't you?
Yes.
Who was she for the
Financial controller reporting to me.
Financial controller. Goes to all of the big names, Alwyn Lyons, Mark Davis, you, of course, Miss Crichton. And could we go to page 3? And page 3, there is a reference to the senior manager confirmed that they agree with our view that there should be no provision about the Horizon report. I wonder if we can locate that on the page. Yes. Do you see that? The senior manager confirmed that they agree with our view that there should be no provision, and that was in the context of the Horizon report.
Correct.
You see that? And also at page 4, if we could go to page 4, that we have from, as expected, they asked about the impact on the accounts, and I have assured him that we believe there is no impact. That was the consistent message: no impact, no provision needs to be made.
That was management's view, but EY, of course, would exercise complete independent thought and evaluate, and that would have been referred from the senior manager to the partner. They would not simply accept our assertion that there's nothing to put in the accounts.
But the fact is, and I return, we don't need to put it back up on screen, when I was asking about Delphic, there's no mention in the ARA that you signed off in June 2014 of the risk of historic miscarriages of justice, is there?
I didn't see any, no.
No, there isn't. There's no mention of impending civil litigation or the risk of impending civil litigation either. The JFSA aren't even mentioned once. Mr. Day, this really was going into ultra-defensive mode, wasn't it? It was trying to contain, keep the lid on the problems with Horizon integrity, wasn't it?
I don't believe it was. I mean, the 2013 accounts, bear in mind, would have been signed almost exactly simultaneous with the second site report. And bear in mind, that was an interim report. There was still a lot more work to be done. And the key finding was that there were no systemic issues with the system found at that point in time. So I'm absolutely confident that what we said in the 2012-13 accounts was completely justifiable. I'm slightly less clear on the 13-14 points, but I'm recalling that the mediation scheme was still running, albeit it was at a much higher level of claims and compensation claims at that point. So I think you may have a stronger point for the 13-14 accounts, but I can't remember the exact wording of what was said about the contingent liability there. But the only other thing I would say is that the experience of the organisation at that time, I accept we know differently now, was that we'd been through this relatively difficult period of not strong enough IT controls. We'd come through that, we'd successfully closed all the doors. Admittedly, in retrospect, I wish we'd looked back at what might have happened before we closed those doors. But that was the context for feeling that we were making progress forwards, and that, albeit the mediation scheme was much bigger and had taken much longer to complete than we originally envisaged, we were getting towards the end of the process. That was the context of the feeling in the middle of 2014.
Well, wasn't the, I mean, forgive me, but wasn't the mediation process a sham?
No, I don't think so at all.
Well, anyway, let's go to POL 000 21525. And this, as we can see, is minutes of a board meeting held on the 21st of May 2014. So just tying this in with the answer you gave to my last question, the board must be feeling more confident now. They think that they're making progress, etc., etc. Do you agree?
Yes, this will have been before the accounts were finalised, but yes.
Yeah. So why is it then that the board is allergic and hypersensitive to the inclusion of Project Sparrow in the report and the determination that it should be excluded?
Sorry, from which report? From the report and accounts?
Yes. I want to take you, please, now to page 6 of 14, which will give you context for this. 6 of 14 at letter F. So, annual report and accounts, letter F. The board discussed the inclusion of Sparrow in the report and agreed that it should be excluded. However, the business agreed that it would be appropriate to include a paragraph in the CEO overview to explain the size of the enterprise risk and the major transformation programs being undertaken, referring back to the risks already highlighted in the CFO report. Action Mark Davis. Mr. Davis, your comms man, why is he being given this responsibility in connection with the annual report and accounts in relation to Project Sparrow, which is dealing with the risks of horizon litigation, both civil and criminal?
Well, firstly, he would be responsible for drafting all of the elements of the annual report and accounts that weren't my direct responsibility. So the financial statements would be my responsibility, and the rest of it would be initially Mark Davis's responsibility, reporting into the chair and chief exec. I can't answer why Sparrow at this point was seen to be more in the, I guess, discursive part of the report and accounts, and therefore included within the CEO overview. But the only thing I can think is that, as I mentioned before, because we hadn't, or the auditors had decided not to put in a financial contingent liability or provision, it was seen as more of a general risk than a specific financial risk.
I mean, can you help? But the paragraph in the CEO overview to explain the size of the enterprise risk and the major transformation, that all got lost in the wash, didn't it?
I admit it looks slightly unusual in that by this stage it was a material financial risk. But there is a context that the other major transformations that were going on, the network transformation program, the IT transformation program, by this stage there was even a third one which was called a business transformation program, which was about taking huge amounts of cost out at the centre. I think this is an attempt to try to put together all of these big ongoing financial costs and risks, but I accept that face value it looks slightly odd to lump Sparrow in with those.
It's all part of sleight of hand, legerdemain, isn't it? It's to put the best possible gloss on the situation without actually revealing the unvarnished truth.
No, not my recollection at all.
I'm going to have to deal with matters shortly now because there's a technical problem with uploading certain of the documents. But I want to put to you the the straight contradiction. We've seen documents that suggest that the board were concerned about their personal liability in relation to this, and you were, of course, tasked with dealing with the insurance position, both in respect of professional indemnity and directors and officers insurance.
Correct.
Right. Disclosure to the insurer was made, but there was no reference to this in the annual reports and accounts. Can you explain why that was?
I'm not sure why you would expect there to be.
Well, if it was a matter of such importance, and not necessarily the act of reporting to the insurer, but the matter upon which your duty, as you saw it, arose, that you had a duty to inform your insurers, why wasn't that matter given greater prominence, which is, of course, the potential existence of bugs, errors and defects, and also the conduct of Mr. Gareth Jenkins?
Well, I don't think he can answer the latter part of that question unless you are challenging his evidence that he had no idea of the Clark advice.
I do have a document that might be
right.
relevant to that, sir.
Right.
I am anxious. I don't want to be unfair to you, Mr. Day, but I mean, do you see the? We'll go to the documents straight away. But do you see what I'm getting at? If it's so important that you have to notify your insurers, why isn't the risk that necessitated that disclosure to your insurers properly reflected in the ARA?
Yes, I understand the point. I don't know. I don't equate the two. It was good governance to inform the broker. You've seen this series of emails around, I think it was unfortunate phrase, not scaring the horses. There was concern that if you didn't inform the broker as soon as you were aware of a possible liability, A, you might not be covered, B, you might suffer much higher premium in the future. Although it clearly was a material risk, I don't think the fact of needing to report it to our broker had a bearing on what I would show in the annual report and accounts.
Right. Mr. Day, thank you. May I just mention something to you, sir?
Yeah.
I was hoping to take it without going to the documents which are yet to be uploaded, but I think in fairness, because I'm not going to be suggesting to this witness that he is lying, but that he may have forgotten something.
Just a second, Mr. Henry. Could the document on screen come down so I can see Mr. Henry clearly? Thank you. That's better. Yeah, sorry, Mr. Henry.
I'm so sorry to trouble you with this, sir, but unfortunately, there are 3 documents which can only be uploaded if we have a short break. And
well, how long are you going to be, Mr. Steen?
So I think the region of 12 to 15 minutes.
Let's have our 12 to 15 minutes of Mr. Steen, if you don't mind, Mr. Henry. Then the documents can be uploaded, and then in a short break, and then you can conclude. How about that?
I'm very grateful to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Mr. Steen.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Day, I've got a number of questions that relate to the way that financial matters were dealt with within the post office, which hopefully you'll be able to help with. You came to the post office from the BBC, where you worked as Group Financial Controller for, what, 6 years?
Yes.
BBC, yeah. And then for the last period of time at the BBC, you were then working as acting Chief Financial Officer, is that right?
Not the last period of time, but an interim period in 2008.
Right. So you'd had some experience of that, and then you joined the Post Office, and essentially your duties as Chief Financial Officer remained the same for your 3-year period.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
And I think you described those duties within your statement, paragraph 16, sir, for your note. Day to day, you say this, that you were responsible for financial accounting, management and statutory reporting, budgeting, financial planning. Forgive me for shortening this, but you go on essentially to say all aspects of financial matters within the Post Office. Do you agree?
Correct.
Right. Okay. Now, a couple of weeks ago, I asked a number of questions of Mr. Cameron that related to the way that shortfalls were dealt with within branch accounts, okay?
Yep.
Now, those questions were about about the issue, which was where the Horizon system would identify, correctly or incorrectly, that there was a shortfall within a branch account, how that was accounted for within the Post Office systems, okay? All right. So let's try and stop me when I go wrong with this, okay? So let's try and work out what actually happened. Branches, as you are aware from the history of this matter, would be told by the Horizon system that there's a shortfall on occasions, and the branch manager and staff were then encouraged, I use that as a neutral expression, to then pay to cover the shortfall. You're aware of that?
Well, via a transaction correction.
Right. Well, let's start right at the beginning. Do you agree that on occasions the Horizon system would suggest there's a shortfall, in other words, that the branch needed to pay a sum of money to correct, to balance the system?
If there was a discrepancy between the cash that had been paid in, for example, and the amount that had been input into the system, and that didn't correspond with the client's understanding of the transaction, that could happen.
Right. Well, Mr. Day, you must have been following this matter because it's been part of the inquiry now for, and indeed history of this, for quite some time. Sub-postmasters being confronted with a suggested shortfall in their accounts. You must be aware of that.
That's a possibility. I understand that, yes.
What do you mean a possibility? Many sub-postmasters say it actually happened. It's not just a possibility, Mr. Day.
Yes, yes, okay.
Yeah? Okay,
Yep.
So we've got that as our starting point. Now, the technical bits that I need your help on are these. We know from Mr. Cameron's evidence that that situation, that the debit amount, the shortfall amount, that debit was held as an amount owed by the postmaster. Do you agree with his evidence on that?
Yes.
Right. Now, next bit. Do you agree that to hold a debit against the sub-postmaster would require a credit to be posted to the POL Post Office financial accounts?
Not necessarily.
Right. Why not?
Because, as I understood it, mismatches would be investigated. They wouldn't automatically be put through as a debit to the postmaster and a credit to the post office. It wouldn't work that way. Okay. The two sides of the transaction would attempt to be married up. Where they didn't marry up completely, they would be investigated. That would either result in a transaction correction, transaction adjustment, which the sub-postmaster would have full visibility of, or in far more cases, as I understand it and understood it, far more cases there would be a credit balance in the suspense account, which would result from the client company having demanded less of having expected less from a transaction than the sub-postmaster had input at their end, i.e. the vast majority of credit balances would relate to discrepancies between post office at the centre and clients rather than sub-postmasters. But I don't discount the possibility, clearly, that a balance could exist there from a sub-postmaster.
Right. You are aware of the evidence from sub-postmasters. Mrs. O'Dell provided a good example on checking the records of the helpline. She was being told that there's a shortfall. She said, it's not my fault, nothing to do with me, don't know what's going wrong. She said that repeatedly, and she was told basically, pay up, it's your duty. You're aware of such evidence?
I'm aware of such evidence. I actually think it's regrettable that the onus was on the sub-postmaster to prove that that through evidence that it was not their fault. I think that's very unfortunate.
Unfortunate may be a slight understatement. Do you agree?
I do.
Right, okay. So in the situation that we've just described, I've used Mrs. O'Dell as my example. She's being told there's a shortfall, so an X sum of money she's got to pay up, okay? So now, in that crude situation, which was real for her and existed for many sub-postmasters and mistresses, do you agree that that would mean that there was a debit against the sub-postmaster mistress branch and that that would require a credit to be posted within the post office financial accounts? In other words, to make the balance. It's a double entry bookkeeping system.
I get double entry. I think I don't think it's as final as that. I think it would have been in the suspense account of the post office, pending resolution, pending investigation. And again, my view, my direct experience of suspense accounts would have been very much from the top-down materiality. I accept that I wouldn't have had visibility of sums which could be material to individual sub-postmasters.
Right, okay. Well, let's just put aside suspense accounts for a moment, because we went through that with Mr. Cameron, who described them as a red herring, okay? So let's just go with our crude example, all right? So what I'm after is this. We know that on occasion, sub-postmasters were confronted with shortfalls. Those shortfalls weren't identified to any individual transaction, such as stamps. They were just told there's money owing to Horizon, okay? Let's just stay with that for a moment. Money was then paid in by a branch manager or mistress or employee at the branch, and that money went into the accounts. You follow with me so far?
Yes.
Right. Now, the bank underwriting post office was the Bank of Ireland.
Correct.
Yes? Okay. So the actual money paid in either through a cash injection into the system or digital transaction actually went to the Bank of Ireland. Do you agree?
Not sure about that.
No. Eventually, it would go to the Bank of Ireland. Surely, they're the bank that underwrites it. I'd be surprised if they went anywhere else.
Okay.
Well,
No, that wasn't my recollection.
Well, where did it go? I mean, did it go into bonuses? What happened to it?
You may be right.
Well, quite.
But I come back to the point, which is it wouldn't automatically. I think I know where you're going with this, and it isn't as simple as debit the sub-postmaster for an account that they don't, for an amount they don't actually owe, credit central post office. There would have been a fundamental mismatch in some part of the transaction that would need to have been investigated.
Right.
So,
sorry, Mr.
And that's why I come back to suspense accounts, because that's the only place it would go pending final accounting determination of treatment. It doesn't automatically go into either the Bank of Ireland or the post office's back pocket. That's not the way it would work. It would be an unreconciled item that would be investigated. And what I've shared with you is, unfortunately, I was not close enough to seeing those individual balances, which I absolutely now understand were material for individual sub-postmasters. My view of suspense accounts was, tell me, financial controller or Ernst & Young, if there's anything material that I need to be aware of. And that's not just size, that's anomalies, that's things which have been there for too long and haven't been resolved. And that would have been my check and balance that things were working correctly. Now, on a smaller scale, the team in Chesterfield, Rod Ismay's team, would have been routinely every day, every week, reconciling all of the individual transactions, which would throw up exceptions that they would investigate, and in the vast majority of cases would either write off the balance or process a transaction correction, which the sub-postmaster would then have the ability to accept or reject. And just to repeat myself, my regret is that it's clear, and I think it came up in somebody else's evidence, that the onus, unfortunately, was asymmetric. It was very much on the sub-postmaster to prove that they had not made a mistake. And I think that's regrettable.
Or another way of looking at that, Mr. Day, is that the only choice they really had was to accept. In other words, accept they owed the money, when they may well not have done if it's a horizon error defect.
Well, I would hope that wasn't the case.
Mr. Day, you seem to be referring to this as though these things didn't happen. And you were aware of the High Court judgment. You're aware that this went to the Criminal Court of Appeal, where there have been findings consistently that what I've described actually happened to a lot of sub-postmasters. Do you reject all of that?
No.
Right. Okay, now what we're trying to find out is what happened to sub-postmasters' money. Where did it go through the accounting systems? Do I get from your evidence that you don't really know? You cannot tell me it went into a specific account or part of the accounts with a specific name to it. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I'm not saying I don't know. I'm saying it would have gone into a suspense account. It wouldn't have automatically gone into the consolidated post office account. So it would have required reconciliation, investigation.
Well, you're saying lots of would have. You don't understand, though, the detail of actually what happened or not.
Well,
that's down to Mr. Ismay's team. Okay.
I'm piecing together what I now understand from other people's evidence and from documentation, that at the time, because I had no reason to be that close to it, I would not have known.
Right. Let's try it really crudely. There's a debit on the system for a branch through an alleged shortfall, yes? You're saying there's some sort of system Mr. Ismay's operating it with his team at a micro level that should be looking into this. Lots of questions about that. That's not your part of the system, okay? Now, where within the accounts, you're saying, are you the suspense accounts again? Are you saying that there's a suspense account with the debit, the alleged shortfall, somewhere being referenced within it? Are you saying that?
That's the only conclusion I can reach.
So you don't know the answer to the question. You're saying this is your best guess. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Well, I think I've taken that about as far as I can. Can I then deal with one other matter? Mr. Cameron referred to the fact that if a postmaster had not paid up within about 60 days what the post office considered a debt, then it was written off to the profit and loss account. Is that right or is that wrong?
I don't recollect. I don't recollect the time period.
Right. Well, that's what he said. If such a time period had existed, would you have expected there to be a policy, a rule or procedure which set out the 60-day write-off policy?
Yes, I expect there would have been a policy. I don't know who in the organisation would have been responsible for making those decisions. It may have been Rod Ismay's team in Chesterfield. Had it been a larger amount, it might have been escalated to the financial controller in London, possibly even to myself.
All right. Bringing all these things together. So you're suggesting that at Chesterfield, Mr. Ismay's team, dealing with these matters, looking at corrections, looking and investigating matters, all of these things you supposed happened. All of that transactional system going on within the post office accounts, was that the subject of reporting back up to you as the chief financial officer? In other words, were you cited on the comings and goings of these transactions, what's happening or not? A report, an update, something?
Only by exception.
Only by exception.
Only
Just
by
briefly explain that. And I think
only by exception in terms of something which could not be resolved between my financial accounting team in London and Rod Ismay's Finance Service Centre, and I don't recall. That may have happened a very small number of times.
So what you mean by exception is something that they regarded as exceptional might then be kicked upstairs for you to...
Yeah, and that could either be by size, but it would be very unusual for something very material size-wise to not have a clear genesis and resolution. Perhaps more likely would be I might be asked to write off things which had been hanging around for too long.
And at the time, when you were in your 3 years as the Chief Financial Officer at Post Office, were you aware that, as you and I have discussed, that the onus was being put on sub-postmasters to pay up in the way that you and I have discussed?
No, I regret I wasn't aware of that.
When did you become aware?
through this inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Day.
Right, we'll now have a short break of, well, let's say 3 o'clock, so that if there are any difficulties with uploading the documents, we have a bit of time to do it. And then Mr. Henry can ask his questions on the newly uploaded documents. All right?
Thank you, sir. Welcome back, sir. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, thank you. Yep.
So we have some further questions from Mr. Henry, who will be followed by Mr. Maloney.
Yeah.
Just to alert you to the fact that Mr. Maloney will also be asking some questions. I think we've resolved the issues in relation to documents, so I'll hand over to Mr. Henry.
Right, Mr. Henry.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to my learned friend, Miss Hodge. I'm very grateful. Mr. Day, you remember the July 2013 board, don't you? You
16th
have
of July, yes.
Yes, you have a recollection of that. The board were concerned about claims for wrongful prosecution, weren't they?
It appears so from the minutes, yes.
Yeah. Do you have an independent recollection of that, or are you just now going on the papers?
I don't have an independent recollection. I'm going on the papers, and I've pieced together other papers that I've seen more recently.
I see. Can I ask for this to be put on the screen very briefly? You're not copied into it, but you're referred to in it. It's POL 001 64253. And thank you so much. If we could just blow it up a little bit. Yes. This is from Belinda Crowe, Cortes Martin, to Roderick Williams, Mr. Singh, Charles Cahoon, and Chris Oyard. I now have the actual action from the board, copying Charles as he will need to assist with this, and also get signed off through Chris Day. That's to do with insurance, isn't it?
I believe it is, yes.
Yes. The subject, however, is inquiry recurrent prosecutions, and then the following in bold. The board asks for a note from the General Counsel explaining who was named in past prosecutions and the liability for the business and individual board members. The note should also include information on both professional indemnity and D&O insurance cover. Can you just help us, please? Who was named in past prosecutions? Was that, as it were, the board saying that they wanted to have a list of everybody who'd been prosecuted?
Well, I note, first of all, this is 5 months later. This is December 2013.
Yes.
So I don't understand the direct link from that you made to the 16th of July 2013 board. A lot of things will have happened between those two dates.
So
I don't understand at first glance why they're asking about specifically named people in prosecutions, but I have to believe that things had moved on a long way since that 16th of July board meeting.
I see. I mean, who was named? I mean, that could be, for example, a list of who had been prosecuted. Could it not?
Possibly.
It could be, of course, who was on the hook for liability, although that is dealt with separately, and the liability for the business and individual board members.
Could it not also refer to Post Office versus Royal Mail Group?
Exactly. Could be that as well. But I want to just ask you, please, to consider this. If you were going to advise the board and take ownership of notification and reporting on this very, very important issue, you ought to have been apprised of all of the relevant facts, ought you not?
As it relates to potential insurance claims, absolutely.
And that, of course, would include the issue raised by the Clark advice, if not the Clark advice itself, but certainly the issue raised within it, namely the fatally undermined credibility of a witness who had acted as an expert for the Post Office in prosecutions and had brought the Post Office's duties into disrepute. I'm very grateful for some clarification. It should be in whose name was past prosecutions brought. So I think, therefore, it is a toss-up between RMG and POL. So ignore what I was exploring with you about a list of potential defendants. It looks as if the email, and I'm very grateful for this to be drawn to our attention on behalf of Ms. Venables, but it looks to be the question in whose name the prosecution was brought. But leaving that aside, do you accept that you ought to have been properly advised about Mr. Gareth Jenkins' position in order to properly advise the board as to risk and also to give proper and full notification to the insurers?
I haven't considered that. To the best of my knowledge, the only time I or my team were involved in liaising with the insurers was directly after the receipt of the second site report in July 2013. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I don't recall any subsequent updates to our brokers or insurers.
But I'm asking you as to whether you ought to have been, not whether you were or not, but whether you accept that in order to advise the board properly as to risk and also to fulfill your obligations because they had been delegated and deputed to you, so far as notification to your insurers, you ought to have been apprised of all material risks.
Possibly, but on reading this, I see that it splits between a legal view and an insurance view. I accept that the two are interrelated.
Did you notify RMG's insurers?
I believe so, yes.
You did. Okay. So let's move on then, please, to POL 000 21991. And this is an email from a Mr. Andrew Parsons. Did you ever come across Mr. Parsons?
I've only known the name through the inquiry.
Only through the inquiry. So POL 000 21991. And David Oliver to a number of people, including Belinda Cortes-Martin. And could we scroll up, please? It's the 12th of March 2014. And if we concentrate on number 3, insurance's risks note, this note had the dual purpose of advising the board. Its contents were later reflected in a board paper and acting as notification to the Post Office's insurers, hence why this doesn't look like a traditional piece of legal advice. Now, I want to show you that document now, the one that is referred to as an insurance's risk note, because of the dual purpose and the fact that it states that its contents were later reflected in a board paper. So could we go, please, to POL 000 21996, please. And what I'm going to suggest to you is that on the presumption that this did go before the board in one form or other, as indicated by Mr. Parsons, then you would have been apprised of the problem with Mr. Jenkins. Could we go, please, to, you can see it's called Horizon Risks. Could we go to page 2, please? And there we see risks to Post Office, prosecutions and convictions. And this, of course, would be materially important and of interest to the board, would it not?
Yes, if it went to the board, yes.
Yes. I omit the first paragraph, but I concentrate on the second. In particular, the expert evidence of one Post Office witness, Dr. Gareth Jenkins of Fujitsu, may have failed to disclose certain historic problems in the Horizon system. Under the criminal prosecution guidelines, Post Office has an obligation to disclose, even retrospectively, this previously undisclosed information to Sub-Postmasters Defence Counsel. Post Office is required to make these retrospective disclosures where the additional information, i.e. Dr. Jenkins' knowledge of historic but now resolved problems with Horizon, may have undermined a prosecution case or assisted with an accused defence. Civil risks is then mentioned. Although the law firm Shoesmiths threatened to bring a group action against the Post Office for problems in the Horizon system, this did not materialise. I omit words. Nothing has been heard from Shoesmiths in the last 12 months. However, it is understood that Shoesmiths has around 120 sub-postmasters on a register of possible claimants, though as yet no further attempts at litigation have been threatened. Civil criminal crossover claims, could we go up, please? You agree that all of this is highly relevant for the board's consideration, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yes. Could we just scroll up, please, further? D&O risks. At a meeting with senior representatives of the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance, again, reference to a potential claim against directors of the Post Office. Do you see that?
Yep.
And then scrolling up, please, summary. Post Office is in a highly contentious situation and therefore finds itself open to litigation from a number of different sources. It is also quite possible that Post Office's directors and officers may find themselves caught up in this litigation, even though at present a claim against an officer or director would not appear to have any merit, and it's dated the 15th of August 2013. I mean, isn't that clear now, sir, that you must have been apprised of the Gareth Jenkins issue?
I have no recollection of that. I have no recollection of this document, and I'd like to see where it was discussed in the board minutes.
Certainly it has been referred to by Mr. Parsons as having been submitted to the board or for the board's purpose, the dual purpose, and then form the basis of a paper to the board. But this doesn't jog your memory at all?
Absolutely not. I would be as sure as I can be that I have not seen this document before. I did not commission it. I would go further and say until this inquiry, I didn't even know the name of the expert witness.
So can I just help you? Who else was dealing with insurance apart from you? Was Alistair Marnock, one of the non-executive directors, also dealing with it?
I think I may be able to help there. I think there is a reference in the document. Just going back in time, you recall my somewhat unimpressive attempts to address the various Ned's questions about insurance. I think when you get to about March 2014, I think I've got the date right, there's a request. It clearly goes to the legal team to look at it. And I think at that point, I'm not saying it's taken out of my hands, but I think it took on a completely different dimension. Now, I'm just speculating now, but that's the last document which I saw relating to insurance.
Now, you mentioned there that it appeared to have been taken out of your hands. You mentioned earlier in your evidence, when you were being asked questions by counsel to the inquiry, Ms. Hodge, that in respect of the Deloitte matter, you felt that the audit trail, so far as things that you had wanted instigated, had gone cold. Do you feel a concern now that there may have been, as it were, an inner or an outer circle, and that certain members of the board would not have been apprised of this risk?
No, I'm not saying that.
You're not saying that. So you're not saying that this was being kept from you?
Well, there's a separate point around legal advice generally, which is, I think you've seen other people's evidence to the effect, we don't understand why we weren't given the advice. Sometimes didn't know it existed. I didn't approve budgets to sign off what looks to have been quite expensive pieces of legal advice. That's a general point.
How do we wrap this up?
On this specific, I would be very surprised if this had come to the board in this form, because it would certainly have been familiar to me if it had.
Well, if not you, then who is responsible for managing this issue?
Well, it can only be a small group of people who were clearly taking this forward, which was Mr. Ojard and Ms. Crowe. I don't know who else they were working in concert with, but I'm as sure as I can be that this advice did not come in this form to the board. Stand to be corrected if you can find a minute.
This is before Mr. Ojard arrives, because it's dated the 15th of August.
Beg your pardon, and Ms. Crichton.
But I mean, Miss Crowe wouldn't act of her own volition on something of this importance. I mean,
Well,
who at a board level is going to be accountable and take ownership for this? Because obviously, if the board was apprised of Mr. Jenkins' alleged misfeasance or wrongdoing, then a number of things flow. But I'm only going to concentrate for this purpose on the ARA. That ought to have gone into the annual report and accounts, a matter of that gravity.
Well, I think, Mr. Henry, I don't want to stop you because this is quite an important document, but we've had evidence from Ms. Crowe, as she was, and I don't believe this document was put to her. I'm not criticizing anybody because I'm rather assuming it's a document that has surfaced comparatively recently, although I may be wrong about that. We've also got Ms. Perkins coming tomorrow, and we have Mr. Parsons coming next week, now, or the week after. Now, on the basis that we accept for these purposes that what Mr. Day is saying is accurate, that he personally had not seen this document at all, so far as he can remember, I think this line of questioning should be put much more pertinently to Ms. Perkins and or Mr. Parsons, and for that matter, even though she's already given evidence, Ms. Crowe.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm sorry for the oversight so far as Ms. Crowe.
No, I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying these things happen in an inquiry, and I think, I may be wrong, but it's the first time I've seen this document in public in this inquiry, for certain.
Well, I will take your steer, sir, and I will ask Mr. Day no further questions.
Fine. And just before in case I am wrong about that, I won't ask Ms. Hodge because she's only recently returned, but I think Mr. Blake is still there. Is my understanding about this correct, Mr. Blake?
Yes, although in terms of how long we've had this document for, I can't assist with that.
No. But am I right in thinking that it hasn't surfaced, so far as you can recall, in any questioning of witnesses to date?
I think that's correct.
And does anybody in the room, I'm now inviting anybody to contradict me if they think that I've got that wrong and we have seen it before?
No, but we think this is the first time. I can say for certain that I know that it is in Rule 10 requests for witnesses in the coming weeks.
Right, fine. And I think I will allow you to accept my steer, Mr. Henry. Mr. Maloney.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Day, I just want to ask you about the 2014 Deloitte report, if I may. With the Deloitte report, Post Office wanted to get to the bottom of any questions around the integrity of the Horizon system. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. And I think you said that the board was disappointed with the Deloitte report because it didn't seem to take things much further forward than things had been at before it.
Correct.
Yeah. We now know that the Deloitte report showed that audit data could be deleted and replaced in an undetectable manner. Inevitably, Post Office had to deal internally with the implications of the Deloitte report.
Yes.
And you've mentioned to the chair, I think it was just before the break, about the name of Julie George has come to your attention recently, and you think she might have been in charge of security around IT.
Yes, that's a document that I've seen only very recently and also in others' evidence.
Yeah. Might I take you to that document?
Yes.
Which is reviewed and signed off by Julie George, and it's POL 30-31409. That's POL 30-31409, and it's the, as you say, it's been brought up before, which is the Zebra Action Summary. And we can see that this is dated the 12th of June 2014, and the Deloitte report was, I think, either the 23rd or 24th of May. It was late May in any event, wasn't it? And we see that the authors here are James Rees and Emma McGinn, and this is signed off by Julie George. If we go to page 2 of this report, please, under introduction, we can see that this document is in response to the Zebra review and highlights specific areas regarding the Horizon solution outlined in Deloitte's report, with suggested controls Post Office could implement to mitigate the areas the project highlighted. So it's about essentially internally actioning what Deloitte identified in the report. And if we go to page 6, please, we see 4.2.2. Under the remediation items, which start at paragraph 4, 4.2.2, which is data logging, and reads that one point raised in the report was that it was possible for someone with privileged access to delete data from specific areas of Horizon. And this is always a risk with individuals using admin or power user accounts, and is a persistent risk, one that needs to be catered for in almost any organisation. And due to the sensitive nature of the information contained in the databases, monitoring of those databases should be put in place using technology to detect and record deletions and administrative changes to the databases. If possible, alerts should also be generated for mass deletions and high-level risk changes to database schemes. And the recommended remediation was that the solution currently in place may be able to undertake the level of logging required within the Horizon solution. It's recommended that the current logging and logs are reviewed on a daily basis, and this needs to be investigated further, and the options on how to handle this defined through the risk management process and based on the solutions already in place or ones that could be procured to handle this. So this section of the report explains that there are no controls over this, absolute controls over this, and Post Office will need to do daily checks in order to make sure there have been no, as it were, phantom transactions or deletions and so on. And this is about deletion of data by people with sufficiently privileged access here. And did you see the report at or about the time of its creation, Mr. Day? Can you remember?
I saw this document for the first time last week.
I see. May I take you, please, to an email that Julie George sent and I think you saw this email, and
Yes.
if I could just ask you about this, which is POL 20 346 958. That's POL 20 346 958. And if we could just focus in on the header, thank you ever so much. This is from Julie George on the 17th of June of 2014. It's to Rod Ismay, David Mason, Malcolm Zack and Gina Gould, and it attaches the Zebra Action Summary version 3 that we just looked at just now. And it reads, "Hello all, I've tried to call you Rod," that's Rod Ismay obviously in this context, "attached a draft summary of actions arising from Deloitte's recent piece of work on the Horizon system, confirming that it's a Zebra Action Summary to all intents and purposes. And clearly there is no blame attached anywhere," it continues, "and this morning's meeting with Chris Day, Chris Ojard, Leslie and Malcolm focused on what we would need to put in place as an organisation to address overall assurance on all critical systems, starting with Horizon from the 1st of April. So it's plain that morning there had been a meeting between you, Julie George, Chris Ojard, Leslie Sewell and Malcolm in that context. Would that be Malcolm Zack?
Head of Internal Audit.
Head of?
Internal Audit.
Thank you. So there's been that meeting that morning, which, but are you saying that you didn't see the Zebra Action Summary at that meeting?
I'm as sure as I can be that I hadn't seen the Zebra Action Summary, but what I do think I was familiar with was a different paper which was authored by Chris Ojard, which was Zebra actions arising from Deloitte's findings. I spoke about it this morning. And having read the documentation recently, the key points on that related to testing whether balancing transactions had in fact ever taken place beyond the one that was specified in 2010. And secondly, something around the audit store, integrity of testing around the audit store. Those were the two things which sprang to mind. This email I saw recently, and it did jog a memory because I think I probably only met Julie George once. And so when I saw this, I had a vague recollection of a meeting. So that suggested that we did congregate the key people who were capable of taking forward the management actions coming from Deloitte, did meet and do something, initiate a series of actions.
Yeah.
What's missing is what on earth happened afterwards with any of those actions.
Quite. And can I come back to what on earth happened in a moment, and just perhaps test your memory just slightly, if I may, as to whether or not you might have seen this report, but also ask you first of all about the additional document drafted by Mr. Ojard. Do you have a clear recollection of this document that, as it were, distilled aspects of the Deloitte report?
I don't have a recollection at the time. That's a document which I think I received in my Rule 9 bundle.
Okay.
So I have become familiar with it.
Yeah.
But as I say, it's conspicuous, along with this email, as being the only documents that we have to substantiate what happened post-Deloitte. I don't know where the Deloitte review itself went. I don't know where the instruction with Deloitte went. Unfortunately, I don't recall anything, and I have no documentation.
Just to test your memory, if I may, to see how sure you are about not seeing this document. Obviously, this email from Julie George circulates the Zebra Action Summary and speaks of how she has tried that day to call Rod Ismay, and then in the following paragraph says that clearly there's no blame attached anywhere, and this morning's meeting with Chris Day, Chris Ojard, Leslie and Malcolm focused on what we would need to put in place as an organisation to address overall assurance on all critical systems, starting with arising from the 1st of April. Would you not think that if you were having that meeting, and Chris, you were Chief Financial Officer, Mr Day, Chris Ojard, General Counsel, Leslie Sewell, CIO, Chief Information Officer, and Malcolm Zack, Head of Internal Audit, with Julie George, who was the Head of IT Security, so far as you can recollect, that if this document was available and being circulated just later that day to these people who appear to be members of EXCO, that would it not surprise you if that document had not been dealt with in your meeting that morning?
Not necessarily, no.
Right.
I mean, I have only the vaguest memory of the meeting. I imagine it was quite a difficult meeting. I can see from the people who were there that it would have been a serious meeting, which is what are we going to do about this? But I do not recall us going through that document, and just the style and the font and the addressees of that document. I'm sure I'd recognise it if I'd seen it before.
Right. So, can I take this from it that you had a meeting that morning which focused on what you would need to put in place as an organisation to address overall assurance on all critical systems starting from the 1st of April, but you think that this document was not, you're sure that this document was not, as it were, produced to you in that meeting?
Yes, because as sure as I can be, the other document that I've referred to, the Chris Ojard paper, when I read it, felt much more familiar.
Yeah.
So it's possible that that was a document we reviewed, or that we didn't review any document.
And then just finally...
It would be rather strange for all these people to meet and just pore over a document. I think it would be much more likely to be a discursive meeting around the broad findings of Deloitte at that point and the actions that are going to be taken. And I think I've seen elsewhere, possibly in Ms. Sewell's evidence, that a series of actions were undertaken for which she took functional responsibility.
Yep.
That would, with the aim of delivering them by the end of the financial year, 31st of March 2015. And that sound, when I saw her evidence, that felt familiar, but that's all really.
Yeah, and just to round it off, and then essentially, so far as you're concerned, from here on in, then as you told the chair, responsibility for actioning what was necessary passed to Leslie Sewell, Chris Ojard and Julie George, so far as you were concerned.
Yes, to be precise, it would be functionally Leslie Sewell, but Chris Ojard was taking responsibility, as you saw throughout the whole Project Zebra, of pulling the whole thing together. Yeah. So it would be principally those two, and I'm less clear on exactly what Julie George's role was. I think she'd only just joined the organisation. As I say, I think this is almost certainly the one and only time I met her. So I'm not sure how involved she was in taking the actions forward, but primarily it would be Leslie and the IT team and Chris Ojard and the legal team.
Thank you very much, Mr. Day. That's all I ask.
Thank you very much. Is that it, Ms. Hodge?
No. Two matters, please.
Yeah.
Firstly, I believe that Mr. Day may wish to say something. Is there anything you wish to say, Mr. Day, which hasn't already been covered?
Well, it seems rather late now, but I would like to say that I'm extremely sorry for the devastating impact the Horizon scandal has had on so many sub-postmasters and their families, and it's extremely regrettable.
Thank you, Mr. Day. So there's one final matter I think Mr. Blake would like to raise.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I can assist a little further on the Bond Dickinson document. It exists on our systems with a different URN as well. That's POL 00193585, and it was a document, in fact, that I took Alwyn Lyons to.
Right.
And the question was whether she recalled the document, and she didn't recall that particular document.
So it has surfaced, but only to be the subject of non-evidence, if I can put it in that way.
Exactly, the 21st of May, 2024.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blake. Thank you. Right. Well, Mr. Day, thank you very much for making a witness statement and for appearing today. I'm grateful to you for your participation in the inquiry. So we'll adjourn now and resume at 9:45 tomorrow, when I believe Ms. Perkins is due to give evidence.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.